Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. Among the gods of the Aztec pantheon, Nahualtzin was considered the most humble and discreet. His skin, covered in pustules and sores, made him an object of ridicule among the other deities, who avoided him in the great halls of the celestial kingdom. Yet he maintained a pure heart and an unwavering determination to be of service to the world. In those dark times, the universe was plunged into perpetual darkness. The ancient sun had extinguished, leaving the divine and mortal worlds in eternal twilight. Crops died, birds no longer sang, and humanity began to lose hope. The great gods, led by Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl, gathered in sacred Teotihuacan to find a solution. "We need a new sun," Tezcatlipoca declared, his thundering voice echoing through the obsidian halls of the celestial temple. "One of our own must sacrifice himself in the divine fire to be reborn as the star that will illuminate the heavens." The most powerful gods looked at each other in silence. None of them were willing to give up their divine existence, even if it was to save creation. It was then that a soft, trembling voice rose from the back of the room. "I volunteer," Nahualtzin said, stepping forward. Murmurs of disbelief and muffled laughter filled the room. Tecuchistecatl, one of the most beautiful and proud gods, advanced too. "If this little god covered in sores has the courage to offer himself, then so will I," he declared with a smug smile, certain that he would be chosen over Nahualtzin. The divine elders established that both volunteers should prepare themselves for 4 days of purification. While Tecuchistecatl bathed in scented waters and adorned himself with precious jewels, Nahualtzin spent his days in silent contemplation, visiting the places he loved most in the celestial realm. One of these visits took him to the eternal garden of Xochiquetzal, the goddess of flowers and love. There, among the flowers that never withered, he found Citlali, a young minor goddess of the stars, who always had a kind look towards him. "Why did you volunteer, Nahualtzin?" she asked, her eyes shining like the stars she ruled. "You know the sacrifice will be painful and permanent." Nahualtzin touched a jade flower with his scarred fingers. "Because someone needs to do it," he replied simply, "and maybe, just maybe, I can finally be useful in some way." Citlali held his hand, ignoring the wounds that covered it. "You've always been more valuable than you think," she whispered. "Your courage proves it." During those days of preparation, Nahualtzin also visited the lower worlds, where mortals struggle to survive in the darkness. He saw children crying from hunger, warriors lost without light to guide them, and desperate priests in their silent temples. Each vision strengthened his resolve. However, fear began to grow in his heart. It was not a fear of death or pain, but rather of failure. What if he wasn't worthy enough to become the new sun? What if your sacrifice was in vain? His doubts were interrupted by an unexpected encounter with Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who found him meditating at the edge of a celestial lake. "Your wounds are not a mark of weakness, little brother," said the great god. "These are scars from battles you fought in silence, showing a strength that few possess." These words deeply touched Nanahualtsen, who had never considered his afflictions in this way. For the first time, he began to see the value in his own existence, just when he was about to sacrifice it, on the eve of the great day, while the other gods celebrated at one last feast. Nanahualtsen stood alone at the top of a pyramid, watching the dark world below. The cold wind of eternal night whipped his face, and the stars, the only lights left, seemed to twinkle in approval. It was then that he felt a familiar presence at his side. It was Kitlali again, bringing with her a small flower that shone with its own light. "This is a flower of eternal light," she explained. "Keep it in your heart during the sacrifice. It will remind you why you are doing it." Nanahualtsen accepted the gift, feeling its gentle warmth against his chest. "I'm scared," he admitted, finally expressing his vulnerability. "Not of death, but of not being enough. It is precisely because you have this fear, because you care so much, that you are best suited for this task," replied Tsitlali, his words carrying the wisdom of the ancient stars. That night passed slowly, each moment weighing like an eternity. Nanahualtsen watched the horizon where soon he himself should shine. He thought of all the beings who depended on this light, of all the lives that could flourish again with their sacrifice. Dawn brought with it an unexpected peace. The doubts still existed, but now they were accompanied by a deep certainty that this was his destiny, not because he was the strongest, the most beautiful, or the most powerful, but because he was the one with the heart most willing to give himself completely. As the first signs of the ritual began to appear, the sacred drums, the smoke of incense, the chants of the divine priests, Nanahualtsen held the flower of light to his chest one last time. Its soft glow seemed to pulse in time with his heart, reminding him that even in the deepest darkness, there is always a light waiting to be born. The great gods began to gather around the sacred pyre, where the divine fire awaited its volunteers. Tekuchistecatl arrived in all his glory, covered in jewels and precious feathers, while Nanahualtsen remained in his simplicity, carrying with him only the flower of light and his unshakable determination. The moment of sacrifice was approaching, and with it, the promise of a new era for all worlds. Nanahualtsen knew that his journey was just beginning, and that the true test of his courage was yet to come. But now, with the warmth of the flower of light against his chest, and the words of his few friends echoing in his mind, he was ready to face his fate. The moment of sacrifice arrived with the sound of sacred drums echoing across Teotihuacan. The air was thick with copal smoke and palpable tension among the assembled gods. The great burning pyre stood before the volunteers, its divine flames dancing in shades of blue and gold that had never been seen before. Tekuchistecatl, in all his ornate glory, was asked to be the first to sacrifice himself. He walked forward with confident steps, his jewelry clinking with each movement. However, as he approached the divine fire, his courage began to weaken. 4 times he approached the flames, and 4 times he retreated, his fear overcoming his pride. The gods began to murmur, some with disapproval, others with understanding. Divine fire was no ordinary force. It was the very essence of cosmic transformation, capable of disintegrating even the immortality of a god. It was then that Nanahualtzin stepped forward, without hesitation, without grand gestures, just holding the flower of light that Zitlali had given him close to his chest. His eyes met hers one last time in the crowd, and a small smile crossed his lined lips. "Wait," called Tekuchistecatl, his voice betraying his desperation. "Let me try one more time." But Nanahualtzin had already made his decision. With a single fluid movement, he dove into the divine flames. Fire instantly enveloped him, and a cry of pain echoed across the heavens. Not a cry of regret or fear, but the cry of someone embracing their destiny completely. Zitlali watched, silent tears running down her heavenly face, as Nanahualtzin's form dissolved into the transforming fire. The flower of light in his chest shined brightly one last time before fusing with his essence. Embarrassed by the courage of his less prestigious rival, Tekuchistecatl finally found the strength to follow suit. He threw himself into the flames soon after, his scream mixing with the echo of the previous sacrifice. Divine fire consumed both gods, and for a moment the entire universe seemed to hold its breath. The flames rose to the highest heavens, taking on impossible shapes and indescribable colors. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend and twist. For what seemed like an eternity, nothing happened. The world remained in darkness, and some gods began to fear that the sacrifice had been in vain. But then, on the eastern horizon, a glow began to form. Slowly, majestically, Nanahualtzin emerged like the sun, his body transformed into a disk of pure light and life-giving heat. His old wounds had become golden rays that reached every corner of creation. Tekuchistecatl, in turn, appeared as a paler version, transforming into the moon. The first dawn was a moment of indescribable beauty. The colors, which had been dormant in darkness for so long, awoke in all their glory. Flowers opened their petals, birds sang in celebration, and humanity came out of their shelters to witness the miracle. In the celestial realm, Zitlali watched with a mixture of joy and sadness. The god she had grown to love now shone brighter than any star, but he was forever transformed. Far away, however, in every ray of sunlight that touched her skin, she felt the warmth of that last smile he gave her. The great gods, impressed by the transformation, declared that a new era had begun. Quetzalcoatl, in particular, seemed pleased with the outcome, as if he had known all along that Nanahualtzin was the right choice. But the transformation brought with it unexpected challenges. The new sun needed to learn to control its power, to moderate its heat, so as not to burn the earth it was supposed to nourish. His every move affected countless lives, and this responsibility weighed heavily on his transformed consciousness. During his early days as Star King, Nanahualtzin discovered that he still retained fragments of his former consciousness. At specific times of the day, particularly during dawn and dusk, he could more clearly perceive the world below and the consequences of its light. He observed how plants turned towards him, how animals regulated their lives according to their cycle, how humans built temples in his honor. It was an enormous responsibility, but he embraced it with the same humility that had always characterized him. At night, when Tekutistekatl took to the skies in his lunar form, Nanahualtzin rested in the lower realms of the cosmos, preparing for his next cycle. During these moments, I could sometimes feel Tsitlali's presence among the stars, its flickering lights seeming to dance in silent conversation with its residual rays. Nanahualtzin's transformation inspired changes throughout the divine pantheon. The gods, who once despised him, now spoke of his courage with reverence. His story began to be told in temples and homes, a reminder of how true greatness can come from the most unexpected places. Mortal priests began to include in their rituals not only prayers to the sun, but also reflections on sacrifice and transformation. They taught that, just as Nanahualtzin had given himself completely to a greater purpose, every being had within them the potential for transformation and rebirth. As the cycles of day and night settled into their new rhythm, Nanahualtzin began to better understand the magnitude of his transformation. From his celestial perch, he observed how his light affected each creature and each corner of the world differently. In the dense forests, its rays infiltrated the leaves, creating dancing patterns on the ground. In deserts, its heat molded dunes into eternally changing shapes. During one of his daily journeys, he noticed a group of priests performing a ritual in his temple. They told their story to the young initiates, but something in their narrative disturbed him. They only spoke of his current glory, forgetting the humility and difficulties that had led him there. In his transformed heart, Nanahualtzin felt the need to find a way to communicate a deeper message. During the twilight, when his consciousness was closest to its original form, it began to manifest subtle signs, an especially golden ray of light here, a pattern of clouds there, trying to show that true strength came from accepting our imperfections. Titlali, observing these manifestations from her starry realm, was the first to understand their intentions. She began to work in harmony with him, using her stars to complement his signs. Together, they created celestial spectacles that inspired not only awe, but also reflection. One day, during his journey through the sky, Nanahualtzin witnessed something that made him vividly remember his former existence. A young priestess, covered in scars like he used to be, was being excluded from the main rituals. Even so, she continued to serve in the temples with silent dedication, tending to the offerings when no one else was around. Touched by this vision, Nanahualtzin decided to do something special. During the next important ritual, when all the priests gathered in the temple, he made his rays converge in a unique way, creating a halo of light around the young girl. The scars on her skin seemed to glow like liquid gold, transforming her marks of shame into symbols of sacred beauty. The event caused commotion among those present. The same priests who previously avoided her now saw her with different eyes. The story spread quickly, and soon other temples began searching for those bearing similar markings, recognizing in them a special connection to the sun god. This shift in perspective pleased Nanahualtzin deeply, but it also made him reflect on the nature of his own transformation. He had not simply exchanged one form for another. He had transcended his previous limitations while maintaining his compassionate essence. In her silent conversations with Kitlali during the twilight moments, she helped him understand that her influence went far beyond the physical light she provided. Every act of kindness inspired by his story, every moment of acceptance prompted by his example, was an extension of his original sacrifice. Tekuchistekatl, in her role as Lua, also went through her own realizations. His softer light, which he once considered a mark of his cowardice, proved equally essential. On nights when its silver face was brightest, he could see how its gentle luminosity allowed nocturnal creatures to thrive, how its phases regulated tides and growth cycles. The two stars, once rivals, learned to work in harmony. During eclipses, rare moments when their paths crossed, they briefly shared their experiences and learnings. These cosmic encounters were celebrated by mortals below, who saw in them a symbol of the union between different forces of nature. As the seasons followed, Nana Waltzen developed an ever deeper understanding of his role in the cosmos. It was not just a source of light and heat, but a living symbol of transformation and hope. Each dawn was a new opportunity to demonstrate that limitations can be overcome, that change is possible, and that the sacrifice made out of love can transform not only oneself, but the entire world around. At a particularly significant moment, during a solstice, Nana Waltzen created a phenomenon never before seen. His rays, as they touched the earth, began to form patterns that resembled his ancient scars, but these now bloomed into entire fields of golden flowers. It was his way of showing that our brands, whatever they may be, can become sources of beauty and life. Sitlali, witnessing this spectacle from her nocturnal kingdom, felt her heavenly heart fill with pride and love. Even transformed, even distant, Nana Waltzen continued to surprise her with his ability to transform pain into beauty, limitation into possibility. Mortals, amazed by the new phenomenon, began to cultivate these golden flowers in their sacred gardens. They have become symbols of renewal and hope, a living reminder that the deepest transformation often begins with acceptance and self-love. Nana Waltzen's transformation continued to reverberate throughout the divine and mortal realms. As time passed, he learned to modulate his light in increasingly subtle and meaningful ways. On certain mornings, its first rays formed patterns that told ancient stories on the temple walls, reminding everyone that true strength comes from humility and perseverance. During a particularly significant period, Nana Waltzen noticed interesting changes in how his light interacted with the world. The golden flowers he had created began to develop healing properties, specially effective in treating wounds and scars. The priests who tended these sacred gardens reported experiences of healing not only physically, but also spiritually. Sitlali, observing from the star realm, began to notice how Nana Waltzen's light had different effects during various phases of the year. During the solstices, its glow carried a special energy that seemed to awaken ancestral memories in people. At the equinoxes, its light created bridges of energy between the mortal world and the divine, allowing for deeper communications between the realms. On one of these special occasions, a young priest had a vision that would change the understanding of Nanahualtzen's sacrifice. During a dawn ritual, he saw beyond the sun God's current form, beholding the exact moment of transformation into divine fire. The vision revealed that the flower of light that Sitlali had given to Nanahualtzen had not been destroyed, but rather had become an integral part of his new essence. This revelation inspired a new tradition among devotees. They began growing the golden flowers in spiral patterns that resembled the sun's own journey through the heavens. During specific rituals, priests and priestesses meditated among these spirals of flowers, seeking to understand their own personal transformations. Tekutzistekatl, in his lunar form, was also continuing his own journey of learning. Its softer light began to reveal aspects of the world that the bright light of the sun could not show. Under its silver glow, certain night flowers bloomed, revealing colors and fragrances that only existed at night. It was his way of demonstrating that each type of light had its own purpose and beauty. The encounters between Nanahualtzen and Kitlali during the twilights became moments of profound cosmic synchronicity. When its rays of light met the brightness of the stars, they created multicolored auroras that inspired poets and mystics. These phenomena were interpreted as celestial dances, expressions of a love that transcended transformation itself. In one of these twilight meetings, Sitlali shared an important discovery with Nanahualtzen. She had noticed that the stars beneath her den shined brightest when aligned with the places where the golden flowers grew. It was as if the energy from Nanahualtzen's original sacrifice had created a network of light that connected heaven and earth. This discovery led to a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness between all beings. The priests began to teach that just as the light of Nanahualtzen nourished the golden flowers, and these in turn reflected the light of the stars of Sitlali, each action of sacrifice and love created ripples that affected the entire cosmos. Nanahualtzen, observing these interpretations of his story, felt a deep gratitude. His transformation had not just been an isolated act of sacrifice, but the beginning of an ongoing chain of transformations that continued to unfold in unexpected ways. On his daily journey through the heavens, he began to notice how different cultures interpreted his presence in unique ways. Some saw him as a celestial warrior, others as a divine healer, and still others as a teacher of great truths. Each interpretation carried a facet of its true nature, like a crystal that reflects light from different angles. The most significant moments, however, continued to be those when his light touched the hearts of those who felt inadequate or excluded. Each time his scars transformed into golden rays, illuminated someone who bore his own marks. A new story of transformation began. On one particularly memorable day, Nanahualtzen witnessed something extraordinary. A young woman who had been marked by a serious illness was praying in her temple. All around him, the golden flowers seemed to pulse with a light of their own. When his rays touched the petals, they began to release a luminescent pollen that, upon touching the young woman's scars, turned them into golden marks, similar to those he himself had carried in his previous form. This event marked the beginning of a new understanding among mortals. Marks that were once seen as curses began to be recognized as signs of a special connection with the divine. Temples began to incorporate healing rituals that celebrated transformation not as an escape from imperfections, but as an acceptance and transcendence of them. Nana Waltzen's journey as a son continued to evolve in unexpected ways. As the cycles went by, he discovered that his transformation was never truly over. It was an ongoing process of learning and adapting. In his daily observations, he noticed how each living being responded uniquely to his light, creating an infinite tapestry of interactions and transformations. During an especially significant time, when golden flowers bloomed in abundance, Nana Waltzen realized that he could feel the prayers and hopes of those who sought his light. They were not just words or rituals, but deep vibrations that resonated with his very essence. Each prayer carried with it a story of struggle, overcoming, and desire for transformation. In one of these moments of deep connection, he felt something different, a familiar energy he hadn't felt since his initial transformation. It was the essence of the flower of light that Sitlali had given him, now completely integrated into his being, manifesting in a new form. Its rays began to carry not only light and heat, but also the ability to awaken similar transformations in others. The first to notice this change were the healers in the temples. People who came to seek healing not only recovered physically, but experienced profound inner transformations. His scars, both physical and emotional, were beginning to glow with a soft golden light, similar to Nana Waltzen's own lightning. Tsitlali, from her star realm, watched these transformations with increasing fascination and love. She began weaving special patterns with her stars, creating constellations that amplified and complemented the transformative effects of sunlight. Together, even separated by the vast spaces of the cosmos, they continued their eternal dance of light and love. Tekutsistekatl was also affected by these changes. Its lunar light, which previously only dimly reflected the sun's glare, began to develop unique qualities. During full moon nights, those who had been touched by Nana Waltzen's transformation found that his golden markings glowed with a silvery light, creating patterns that told their own stories of overcoming. Priests began documenting these phenomena in sacred codices, noting how each transformed person carried a unique pattern of light. Some said these patterns were celestial maps. Others believed they were messages from the gods. The truth, as Nana Waltzen knew, was even deeper. They were visible manifestations of the capacity for transformation inherent in every being. In one particularly powerful moment, during a solar eclipse, something extraordinary happened. When the light of Nana Waltzen was briefly veiled by the presence of Tekutsistekatl, the golden flowers in all the temples began to emit their own light. It was as if they were giving back all the light they had absorbed over the years, creating a spectacle that reminded everyone that divine light never truly goes out. It only transforms. This event inspired a new understanding among mortals. They began to understand that each being carried within them a spark of the same light that had transformed Nana Waltzen. Temple ceremonies changed, focusing not just on sun worship, but on awakening that inner light. Xitlali Witnessing these changes began to teach through her star patterns how each person could recognize and nurture their own inner light. Its stars danced in sequences that revealed the cycles of transformation, death, and rebirth that permeated all existence. As more people went through their own transformations, a network of light began to form between them. It was visible mainly during dawn and dusk, when golden threads of energy connected all those who had been touched by the transformative light. This network has become a living symbol of the interconnectedness between all beings and the ongoing nature of transformation. Nana Waltzen, watching from above, felt a deep satisfaction. His initial sacrifice had transformed into something much greater than himself. It had become a catalyst for universal transformation. Each new day was not just a cycle of light and dark, but an opportunity for more souls to discover their own capacity for transformation. The ancient mockeries about their scars had turned into sacred legends, teaching that the marks we bear are not our limits, but portals to our transformation. Temples began to be decorated with patterns reminiscent of their ancient wounds, now seen as sacred symbols of potential and renewal. On his daily journey through the heavens, Nana Waltzen continued to learn and evolve. Every ray of light he emitted carried not only his transformative power, but also the wisdom accumulated from countless cycles of observation and understanding. Its light not only illuminated the physical world, but also revealed the deepest truths hidden in the hearts of all beings. And so, what began as a solitary act of sacrifice turned into an eternal dance of light, love, and ongoing transformation. The story of Nana Waltzen was no longer just about a god who became the sun, but about how every being carries within them the potential for their own divine transformation. On the clearest nights, when its reflected light from the moon met the brilliance of Sitlali's stars, the entire sky seemed to tell its story, not as an end, but as an eternal beginning, a constant reminder that true transformation is an endless journey, illuminated by love and the courage to surrender completely to a purpose greater than ourselves. Thunder echoed through the golden halls of Asgard, but it was not Thor who caused it. The god of thunder sat restlessly on his throne in the great feasting room, his fingers drumming nervously on Mjolnir as he watched the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his own gut, in the electricity that coursed through his divine veins. Odin's ravens, Hugin and Munin, arrived through one of the open windows, their black wings cutting through the heavy air of the hall. They brought news that would confirm Thor's worst fears. The Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, was moving in his ancient sleep in the depths of the ocean that surrounded the world of men. That shouldn't happen now, muttered Thor, standing up abruptly. Ragnarok isn't close enough yet. His deep voice echoed through the empty room, where not even the servants dared to remain in the face of the storm that was forming both inside and outside the palace. Thor immediately called a council with the other gods. Freya was the first to arrive, her radiant beauty contrasting with the worried expression on her face. Soon after, Tyr, the god of justice and war, entered with a slight limp, a constant reminder. of the day he lost his right hand to Fenrir, the direwolf. Last came Heimdall, guardian of the Bifrost, his golden eyes carrying the weight of all he saw across the 9 worlds. The signs are clear, Heimdall said, his deep voice reverberating off the golden walls. The serpent stirs, its scales scrape against the ocean floor, and its venom begins to contaminate the waters of Midgard. But why now? Questioned Freya, her golden braids shining in the torchlight. The prophecies have always spoken of Ragnarok as the moment of Jormungandr's awakening. Thor remained silent for a moment, his mind working through the implications. If the serpent were to awaken prematurely, the balance between the worlds would be destroyed sooner than expected. Chaos would spread, and not even the Norns could predict the consequences. Something, or someone, is interfering with the natural course of things, Tyr said, his single fist clenched tightly. We need to find out who is behind this. It was at that moment that a tremor shook the entirety of Asgard. Thor ran to the window, followed by the other gods. On the horizon, where the sea met the sky, a dark mass was moving. Even from a distance, it was possible to see the gigantic waves that formed as the creature writhed in the depths. We have no choice, Thor declared, his voice thick with determination. I need to go to Midgard and face the serpent before it fully awakens. Alone? Freya questioned, concern evident in her voice. Thor, you know the prophecies, your destiny. The prophecies speak of Ragnarok, interrupted Thor. But this is different. Something changed the course of events, and we need to find out what. You will need allies, Heimdall said, his golden eyes fixed on something beyond the visible horizon. I see possibilities, paths that seemed closed before. Thor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of possibilities? The giants, replied Heimdall, causing a murmur of surprise among those present. Some of them also fear Jormungandr's premature awakening. They may become unlikely allies in this battle. The idea of allying with the giants, ancestral enemies of the gods, made Thor hesitate. How many battles had he fought against them? How many stories of betrayal and war existed among its people? But if Heimdall was right, if there was a chance, then that is what I will do, Thor decided, raising Mjolnir. First, I will go to Jotunheim. I must find those who are willing to prevent the premature end of the worlds. What if it's a trap? Tyr asked, ever cautious. The giants may be behind the serpent's awakening. It is a risk I must take, Thor replied, adjusting his power belt. But first, I need information. Heimdall, continue watching the serpent. Freya, search among his spells for something that could help us understand why this is happening now. Tyr, prepare our defenses. If Jormungandr fully awakens, Asgard will need to be ready. The other gods nodded, each leaving to carry out their mission. Thor stood for a moment, watching the horizon where the serpent stirred. His hands gripped Mjolnir's hilt with renewed strength. It wasn't just a question of strength now. It would need wisdom, diplomacy, and, perhaps for the first time, it would need to trust former enemies. The god of thunder walked to his quarters, preparing for the journey. As he gathered his belongings, he thought about the words of ancient prophecies. He always knew that his fate was intertwined with that of the Midgard serpent, that both would die by each other's hand during Ragnarok. But this was different. It was a chance to change destiny, to rewrite prophecies. Thor looked at Asgard one last time before leaving. The golden palace shone in the light of the setting sun, but the dark clouds on the horizon reminded him of the urgency of his mission. With a swing of Mjolnir, he blasted his way through the space between the worlds, heading first for Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants. What would you find there? Allies or enemies? The answer to the serpent's premature awakening, or just more questions? Thor didn't know, but he was determined to find out. The fate of the 9 worlds depended on it. As he traveled between the realms, Thor couldn't help but think about how small their ancient rivalries seemed compared to the threat they faced. If the serpent awakened prematurely, there would be no victors, only chaos and the premature destruction of everything they knew. The snow of Jotunheim was already visible in the distance, and with it, the first true proof of their mission. Thor knew he would need all his strength, not just to fight, but mainly to make peace with those he always considered enemies. The fate of the 9 worlds depended on their ability to unite unlikely forces against a threat greater than their ancient disputes. The biting wind of Jotunheim lashed Thor's face as he crossed the icy plains. Ice crystals danced in the air, reflecting the pale light that barely penetrated the dense clouds above. Mjolnir felt heavy in his hand, not because of its physical mass, but because of the knowledge that this time the hammer would need to be more of a symbol of peace than a weapon. In the distance, the jagged towers of the frost giant's fortress rose like monstrous stalactites against the gray sky. Thor had been there before, but always as an invader or warrior. Now, he was approaching her as a possible ally, an idea that still sounded strange in her mind. A group of ice giant sentinels soon spotted their approach. Thor could see the tension in their massive bodies. The spears of crystalline ice pointed in his direction. However, he kept Mjolnir lowered, a deliberate gesture that did not go unnoticed. "Son of Odin," thundered one of the giants, his voice like the crackling of ice. "You dare come here alone?" "I come seeking audience with Skrymir," replied Thor, keeping his voice steady and clear. "I bring news that concerns all 9 worlds." The giants exchanged suspicious glances, but something in Thor's posture, or perhaps the absence of his usual hostility, made them hesitate. After a moment of silent deliberation, the leader of the sentries made a brusque gesture. "Follow us, but know that any false move will be your last action." Thor nodded, following the giants through icy corridors that seemed to absorb all body heat. The walls reflected distorted versions of himself, as if the palace itself mocked his presence there. The sound of their footsteps echoed in an unsettling way, mixing with the constant moan of the wind that penetrated through the cracks in the structure. In the throne room, Skrymir, the current leader of the frost giants, waited seated on a massive throne of black ice. His red eyes glowed with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion as he watched Thor approach. "What words are so important to bring the god of thunder alone to our halls?" asked Skrymir, his voice reverberating off the crystalline walls. Thor took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. "The Midgard serpent awakens before its time. he declared, observing the reaction of those present. Jörmungandr stirs in his sleep, threatening to bring Ragnarok before its scheduled time. A murmur ran through the room. Even among the frost giants, the prophecies of Ragnarok were known and feared. Skrymir leaned forward on his throne, his expression more serious. And why would that concern us? Some would say that the end of the gods of Asgard would be a blessing for Jotunheim, because it is not just the end of the gods, Thor replied. It is the end of everything, of the 9 worlds, of the very order of things. If the serpent awakens now, the chaos that will follow will spare no kingdom, no people. Skrymir was silent for a long moment, his red eyes studying Thor with intensity. And what do you propose, son of Odin? An alliance, said Thor, the words sounding strange, even to his own ears. United, we may have a chance to discover what is causing the serpent's premature awakening, and perhaps even stop it. The silence that followed was heavy, like an avalanche about to collapse. Thor could feel the giant's eyes on him, some clearly skeptical, others curiously contemplative. There are rumors, Skrymir finally said, his voice quieter. Whispers in the deepest caverns of Jotunheim. There is talk of ancient magic being awakened, of portals being opened where they should not exist. Thor frowned. What kind of magic? The guy who shouldn't be touched, a new voice replied. From the shadows of the ice pillars emerged a figure that made Thor instinctively grip Mjolnir's hilt. Angrboda, the sorceress of the giants. She moved like smoke until she stood beside Skrymir's throne, her eyes shining with ancient knowledge. Someone is messing with the threads of destiny, god of thunder, not just with ordinary magic, but with the very threads that weave reality. The Norns, muttered Thor, beginning to understand the gravity of the situation. Yes, confirmed Angrboda. Someone is interfering with the work of the Weavers of Fate. And not only that, they are using forbidden knowledge, magic that has been sealed since before the time of the gods. Thor felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold of Jotunheim. If someone was manipulating the lines of destiny themselves, the consequences could be even more catastrophic than imagined. We need to find whoever is doing this, said Thor, and we need all the help we can get. Skrymir and Angrboda exchanged glances, a silent conversation taking place between them. Finally, the leader of the giants turned to Thor. Jotunheim will offer assistance, declared Skrymir, but with conditions. First, we want equal participation in any council or decision that is made. Second, when this is all over, the old treaties between Asgard and Jotunheim will be renegotiated. Thor hesitated only for a moment before nodding. I accept your terms, but we must act quickly. The serpent continues to stir. Angrboda will go with you, said Skrymir. She has knowledge of ancient magics that may be useful in your quest. The sorceress smiled, a gesture that didn't reach her eyes. It will be an interesting partnership. God of Thunder, Thor watched his new and unlikely ally, aware that he was just beginning to unravel a plot much larger than he imagined. With the help of the frost giants secured, and new information about the possible cause of the serpent's awakening, he knew that his next step must be to find the Norns, if it was still possible to reach them. As they prepared to leave, Thor couldn't help but think about how the ancient prophecies seemed to be unfolding in completely unexpected ways. With a giant sorceress as an ally and the knowledge that someone was manipulating their own destiny, their mission had become even more complex and dangerous. Thor and Angerboda's journey to the kingdom of the Norns was tense from the beginning. The god of thunder and the giant sorceress crossed the hidden paths between the worlds, each keeping a cautious distance from the other as they headed towards the roots of Yggdrasil, where the weavers of destiny dwelt. The Norns have not received visitors in millennia, commented Angerboda, his voice echoing in the void between the realms. What makes you think they'll welcome us now? Thor adjusted, his grip on Mjolnir, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. We have no choice. If someone is truly interfering with the threads of destiny, they are the only ones who can tell us how and why. A sudden tremor shook the ethereal path beneath their feet, causing them both to stop. In the distance, they could see waves of energy oscillating through the fabric of reality, like ripples in a disturbed lake. The lines of fate are unstable, murmured Angerboda, his eyes shining with concern. I've never seen anything like this before. As they approached the Norn's domain, reality itself seemed thinner, like frayed fabric about to tear. Thor could feel the electricity in the air, unlike any storm he had ever conjured. It was the energy of destiny itself being manipulated. Finally, they arrived at a place where three huge Yggdrasil roots intertwined, forming a kind of natural chamber. In the center, where the roots met, was Urd's well, or at least where it should have been. In its place, they found only a vortex of chaotic energy, with golden threads of fate floating and twisting in the air. That's not good, said Thor, watching the scene with growing concern. The Norns. Angerboda approached the vortex, her fingers tracing patterns in the air. They were displaced. Displaced? What do you mean? Before Angerboda could respond, a figure emerged from the vortex. It was Urd, the oldest of the Norns. But there was something wrong with her appearance. Its shape was distorted, as if seen through broken glass. Son of Odin, sorceress of Jotunheim. His voice sounded like several overlapping voices. You guys are late. What happened here? Asked Thor, approaching cautiously. Someone has found a way through the ancient barriers, Urd replied, his body continually distorting, using forbidden knowledge, magic from the primordial ages. Even before Yggdrasil, Angerboda let out an exclamation of surprise. The magic of the void? But that was sealed by the primordials themselves. Yes, confirmed Urd, and now it is being used to rewrite the very fabric of reality. My sisters have been imprisoned at different points in time. I resist, but not for long. Thor felt the weight of the situation increase on his shoulders. Who is doing this? And why? A being that should have remained forgotten, replied Urd, his form trembling more intensely. Ginnungagap, the ancient void, is trying to return, using the serpent as an anchor to tear the veil between the worlds. Ginnungagap? Thor exchanged worried looks with Angerboda. I thought it was just a legend, the primordial void before creation. All legends have a kernel of truth, said Angerboda, his expression grim. And some truths are best left forgotten. Urd extended a distorted hand, and a golden thread of fate materialized in the air. Listen carefully, for I do not have much time. To stop Ginnungagap from returning, you must find my sisters. Verdandi is trapped in the ongoing present, deep within Muspelheim. Skuld has been cast into a future she was not meant to be, beyond the confines of Niflheim. And the serpent, Thor asked, how do we prevent your awakening? The serpent is just a means to an end, replied Urd. Your premature awakening will create the chaos necessary for the barriers between the worlds to weaken even further. You must. But before she could finish, Urd was violently pulled back into the vortex, her scream echoing across the dimensions. The vortex pulsed dangerously, releasing waves of energy that caused Thor and Angerboda to flinch. We need to move quickly, said Angerboda, his eyes fixed on the spot where Urd had disappeared. If Ginnungagap is truly trying to return, we have less time than we thought. Thor nodded, his mind already planning his next steps. Muspelheim first. Verdandi can give us more answers. The realm of eternal fire, muttered Angerboda. It won't be an easy journey, especially for an ice giant. You can stay. Don't even think about it, God of Thunder, interrupted Angerboda with a wry smile. My knowledge of ancient magics will be necessary. Besides, who else is going to stop you from doing something stupidly heroic? Thor couldn't help but smile a little, despite the gravity of the situation. It was strange how circumstances could turn enemies into allies, prejudices into understanding. As they prepared to leave for Muspelheim, Thor took one last look at the vortex that had swallowed Urd. The situation was more serious than anyone could have imagined. It wasn't just about stopping the premature awakening of the Midgard serpent. It was about stopping the return of primordial chaos itself. With Mjolnir in hand and a giant sorceress at his side, Thor knew they were about to embark on the most dangerous part of their journey. Muspelheim awaited them, with its rivers of lava and burning skies, and somewhere in its depths, a Norna trapped in an eternal present needed to be rescued. The fate of the 9 worlds depended on his mission, and for the first time in his long existence, Thor was unsure whether brute strength and courage would be enough to win this battle. The suffocating heat of Muspelheim engulfed Thor and Angerboda as they advanced across the volcanic plains. Rivers of lava snaked around them, creating a deadly maze of liquid fire. The giant sorceress kept a magical shield of ice around her, though the strain was visible on her increasingly pale face. We need to find shelter, Thor said, noticing his companion's wear and tear. You won't be able to last much longer in this heat. Angerboda gave him a challenging look, but did not protest. The obsidian caves. She pointed to a dark rock formation in the distance. They say they are the only places in Muspelheim where the heat does not penetrate completely. As they approached the caves, they were surprised by a group of fire giants that emerged from behind the rock formations. Their skin glowed like hot coals, and their eyes burned with suspicion. A god and a frost giant in our lands? Roared the group leader. What blasphemy is this? Thor raised Mjolnir in a defensive stance, but Angerboda stepped forward, his voice firm despite his discomfort. We seek Verdandi, the Norna of the present. She is imprisoned in her kingdom. The fire giants exchanged worried glances. So, you also notice the disturbances, the leader said, his voice lower. Our ancient magics have been restless. Fire itself acts erratically. It's the influence of Ginnungagap, Angerboda explained. The primordial void attempts to return and uses the Midgard serpent's premature awakening as a catalyst. The leader of the giants considered their words for a moment before gesturing for them to follow him. Come, there is something you need to see. They led Thor and Angerboda through obsidian tunnels where the air was surprisingly cooler. The black, polished walls reflected their images in a distorted way, creating an unsettling feeling of disorientation. They arrived at a central chamber where a bizarre phenomenon was occurring. Fragments of time seemed frozen in the air, little bubbles of reality where events repeated endlessly, a drop of lava falling eternally without ever touching the ground, a spark dancing in the same endless pattern. It started a few days ago, the fire giant explained. At first they were just small anomalies, but they are spreading, and at the center of it all, in the heart of the chamber, stood Verdandi, the Norna of the present. Unlike the distorted form of her sister Erd, she appeared perfectly solid, but she was trapped in a time loop, her movements repeating every few seconds like a broken record. How do we free her? Asked Thor, observing the imprisoned Norna. Angerboda approached cautiously, studying the energies that held Verdandi trapped. It's a complex time prison. We'll need to synchronize different types of power, your divine strength, my ancient magic, and she looked at the fire giants, the primal power of Muspelheim's flames. What could go wrong? Muttered Thor, but he was already positioning Mjolnir. The fire giants placed themselves in a circle around Verdandi, while Angerboda began to weave runes in the air with precise gestures. Thor raised his hammer, allowing electricity to course through his body. On my signal, instructed Angerboda, we need to break the temporal prison at exactly the moment the loop resets itself. They watched Verdandi's pattern of movements, waiting for the precise moment. When Norna reached the end of her sequence, about to begin again, Angerboda shouted, "Now!" Thor released a powerful beam through Mjolnir. The fire giants released their most intense flames, and Angerboda completed his enchantment. The energies combined into a focal point, creating an explosion of power that made the cave walls themselves shake. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, like glass breaking in slow motion, the temporal prison began to fragment. Verdandi blinked, her movements becoming natural for the first time. "You took a long time," were his first words, his voice carrying the weight of countless gifts experienced simultaneously. "Time is relative, I suppose," Thor replied, approaching. "We need your help. Ginnungagap." "I know," Verdandi interrupted. "I have lived every moment of this crisis, countless times in my prison. I know what is coming, and it is not good." "How do we stop it?" asked Angerboda. "It's not a question of preventing, but of redirecting," explained Verdandi. "Ginnungagap is using the threads of fate as ropes to pull itself back into existence. But if we can find Skuld and reconnect the three Norns," a stronger tremor shook the cave, and through the obsidian walls, they could see the sky of Muspelheim changing color, becoming a vortex of chaotic energy. "We don't have much time," Verdandi said, her gaze distant as if observing 1,000 different gifts simultaneously. Niflheim. You must reach Niflheim before Skuld is pushed beyond the end of time, and you must prevent the serpent from fully awakening, or the barriers between the worlds will become too weak to contain Ginnungagap's return. How do we do both at the same time? Questioned Thor, frustration evident in his voice. An enigmatic smile appeared on Verdundi's lips. Who said they need to be done at the same time? Timing is more flexible than you think, especially now that your lines are being manipulated. Angerboda widened his eyes in understanding. Can you give us more time? I can create a time bubble, Verdundi confirmed. But I will need the energy of Muspelheim to sustain it. And once they enter it, there are no guarantees of when or where they will emerge. Thor and Angerboda exchanged glances. It was a huge risk. But what choice did they have? The very fabric of reality was unraveling around them. Do it, Thor decided, gripping Mjolnir with renewed determination. As Verdandi began to weave her temporal magic, and the fire giants prepared to lend their power, Thor could not help but think of how each step of this journey took them into increasingly dangerous and unknown territories. From a mission to prevent the awakening of the Midgard serpent, they had become embroiled in a battle for the very fabric of reality. The temporal bubble began to form around them, and Thor felt the familiar weight of Mjolnir in his hand like an anchor in the increasingly unstable reality. At his side, Angerboda prepared his ancient spells, his presence a constant reminder of how old enmities could become irrelevant in the face of greater threats. The fate of the 9 worlds depended on their next move, and for the first time, they would have to rely not only on their strength and courage, but also on the flexible nature of time itself. Verdundi's temporal bubble enveloped Thor and Angerboda in its shimmering matrix, and the world around them began to dissolve into a kaleidoscope of overlapping realities. The heat of Muspelheim gave way to the biting cold of Niflheim in a matter of seconds that seemed to stretch on for eternities. When the time distortion finally stabilized, they found themselves in a nightmarish landscape. The realm of Niflheim, normally a place of eternal mist and ice, has been transformed. Crystals of black ice protruded from the ground like teeth in a monstrous maw, and the air itself seemed to be ripping apart, revealing glimpses of the primordial void beyond reality. The barriers are thinner here, Angerboda noted, his voice strained. We can feel Ginnungagap trying to force its way back into existence. Thor nodded, feeling the electricity in his body react erratically to the unstable environment. Mjolnir vibrated in his hand as if detecting an invisible danger in all directions. They advanced through the distorted landscape, searching for signs of Skuld. Time seemed to behave even stranger here. Sometimes a single step would take them miles forward. Other times they seemed to walk for hours in place. There, exclaimed Angerboda, pointing to a crystalline structure that seemed to absorb all the light around it. It's a temporal anchor. Skuld must be trapped inside it. They cautiously approached the structure, but were interrupted by a voice that seemed to come from all directions and nowhere at the same time. You've come far. The voice was old and empty, like nothingness itself coming to consciousness. But they are very late. The air around them began to condense, forming a figure that defied comprehension. It was as if the absence of existence itself had taken shape. Ginnungagap, muttered Angrboda, his protective runes glowing brightly. What's left of me, the entity confirmed. For eons I have been banished, relegated to watching existence unfold in the void that was once my domain. But now it is time to reclaim what belongs to me. Thor wielded Mjolnir, although he knew that facing the primordial void would not be like any battle he had ever fought. Why the serpent? Why now? The Midgard serpent is an echo of primordial chaos, explained Ginnungagap, its form floating like black smoke. Your premature awakening will create enough dissonance in the fabric of reality that I can return completely, and with time fragmented, without the Norns to keep it in order. We will not allow it, declared Thor, although he could feel the crushing weight of the entity's presence. Ginnungagap made a sound that might have been laughter. If emptiness could express amusement, you have no choice. Watch. The crystalline structure imprisoning Skuld began to pulse with dark energy, and within it, they could see the Norna of the future being pushed further and further beyond the limits of known time. Angrboda began to weave a complex incantation, his hands dancing in the air as ancient runes formed. Thor, understanding her plan without the need for words, positioned himself between her and Ginnungagap, ready to defend the sorceress. Fool, said the entity, your physical strength means nothing against the void. Tendrils of absolute darkness reached toward Thor, but the god of thunder was prepared. He conjured the greatest storm he had ever created, transforming Mjolnir into a conduit of pure divine power. It may be that physical strength means nothing to you, thundered Thor, but this is not just physical strength. The lightning that emanated from Mjolnir was no ordinary one. It was charged with the very essence of creation, the energy that had given shape to the worlds. For a moment, Ginnungagap retreated, its tendrils of emptiness dissipating. Taking advantage of the distraction, Angrboda completed his incantation. The crystalline structure imprisoning Skuld began to crack, but instead of breaking completely, it began to bend time itself around him. What are you doing? Ginnungagap's voice now carried a tone of concern. Using your own trick against you, replied Angrboda, his words charged with ancient power. If you can manipulate time for your purposes, we can do the same to stop you. With a deafening crack, the temporal prison fell apart, and Skuld emerged, not as a prisoner, but as a force of nature. His eyes shone with the knowledge of all possible futures. Sisters, his voice echoed across the dimensions, reaching Verdandi in Muspelheim and Urd in his dimensional vortex. The three Norns, even separated by kingdoms, began to reconnect their energies. The fabric of time, which had been stretched and distorted, began to pull itself back together. No, roared Ginnungagap, his form expanding to try and engulf everything. You can't undo what has already been started. We are not undoing, Skuld declared, his voice carrying the weight of countless futures. We are redirecting. Thor and Angrboda watched in wonder as the energies of the three Norns intertwined, creating a complex pattern of time and destiny. The Midgard serpent, which had been used as an anchor by Ginnungagap, began to return to its deep sleep. What will happen to the prophecies? Asked Thor. watching reality reconstitute itself around him. Prophecies have always been more flexible than we imagined, replied Skuld with an enigmatic smile. Ragnarok will come, but in its own time, and perhaps, when it comes, it will not be exactly as predicted. Ginnungagap, realizing his defeat, began to disperse. This isn't over, his voice echoed, growing fainter. The void will always be waiting, and we will always be vigilant, replied Thor, watching the last traces of the entity disappear. With the immediate danger contained, Thor turned to Angerboda. The giant sorceress looked exhausted, but satisfied. Who would have thought, she commented, with a wry smile, a god and a giantess saving the 9 worlds together. Perhaps it is time to rethink old rivalries, replied Thor, returning the smile. Skuld watched the two with approval. The future always has ways of surprising us. Now they will. There is much work to be done to strengthen the alliances forged today. As they left Niflheim, Thor reflected on everything that had happened. The threat of the Midgard serpent had led them on a much greater adventure, one that not only saved the 9 worlds, but also paved the way for a new era of understanding between long-divided peoples. Ragnarok would come one day, but now Thor knew that destiny was not as immutable as he had always believed. And when that day came, he would face it not only with his strength, but with the wisdom and alliances gained on this extraordinary journey. In a small village, in the heart of the forest, where the trees danced to the wind and the birds sang their sweetest melodies, there lived a very special family of piglets. Mother Pig, a kind and wise lady, had raised her 3 little ones with all the love and dedication a mother could offer. Now that her little ones were no longer so little, the moment had come that every mother dreads seeing her children off to build their own lives. Sisi, the youngest of the siblings, was known for his carefree manner and infectious laugh. He always preferred playing to working and dreamed of endless days of fun. He dressed in colorful clothes and a crooked straw hat he had found on one of his walks through the village. Her easy smile hid a certain immaturity that worried Mamai Porca. Her middle brother Toto had an artistic temperament and loved to play his flute on sunny afternoons. More responsible than Sisi, but still far from the necessary prudence, he balanced work and leisure, although his scales always tipped a little more in favor of fun. His dreamy eyes reflected his romantic nature, and his navy blue vest was his pride. Pig, the oldest of the 3, was the embodiment of responsibility. Wearing round glasses and an impeccable apron, he spent hours studying books on architecture and construction. His methodical nature sometimes irritated his younger siblings, who didn't understand why he took everything so seriously. One particularly important morning, Mama Pig gathered her 3 children in the cozy living room of their home. The aroma of freshly baked apple pie filled the room as she prepared to have a conversation that would change the fate of her family forever. My dears, she began, straightening her flowered apron, you have grown into wonderful little pigs. The time has come for each of you to go your own way and build your own home. Her eyes shone with a mixture of pride and maternal concern. Sisi jumped for joy. already imagining all the parties she could throw in her future home. Toto began, strumming his flute mentally, composing a song about independence. Pig, for his part, adjusted his glasses and began to make notes in his ever-present notebook. But remember, continued Mama Pig, the forest can be a dangerous place. There are creatures that aren't as friendly as they seem. Her tone became more serious. In particular, beware of the big bad wolf. The three brothers had heard stories about the dreaded big bad wolf. They said he was a cunning and hungry creature who loved to play tricks on the forest dwellers. His yellow eyes glowed in the darkness, and his breath was so strong that it could knock down small trees. Don't worry, Mama, said Cece with a carefree smile. I'll build my house quickly and have a housewarming party. I'm going to make it a nice cozy house, added Toto, playing a few happy notes on his flute, with a special place for my musical performances. Pig just shook his head, worried about his brother's carelessness. A house needs to be strong and secure, he commented. It's not something you build overnight. Mama Pig gave each of them a small bundle containing provisions and basic tools. Then she hugged them at length, her silent tears wetting the soft fur of her cubs. Always remember what I have taught you, she said. Work hard and help each other. The next morning, the three brothers set off in different directions through the forest, each carrying their belongings and dreams. The sun rose lazily through the trees, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, as if nature itself was blessing this new journey. As they walked along, they didn't notice a pair of yellow eyes watching them from afar. Hidden among the shadows of the oldest trees in the forest, the big bad wolf was licking his lips in anticipation of the feast that those three chubby little pigs would provide. The forest, apparently peaceful, that morning held its own secrets and dangers. The ancient trees whispered stories of other animals who had underestimated the threats that resided there. The wind carried not only the dry leaves, but also the echoes of unheard warnings. And so began the great adventure of the three little pig brothers, each going their own way, each about to learn valuable lessons about responsibility, hard work, and perseverance. What they didn't yet know was that their choices in the coming hours and days would define not only the kind of home they would have, but also the kind of piggies they would become. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the big bad wolf was plotting his evil plans, patiently watching the three brothers' every move. His sinister laugh echoed softly through the trees, promising to turn this adventure into something far more challenging than any of the little pigs could have imagined. The sun was already high in the sky when Cece, the youngest of the brothers, found an open field full of golden straw. Her eyes lit up at the discovery, and a mischievous smile appeared on her rosy muzzle. Perfect, he exclaimed, straightening his crooked straw hat. With all this straw, I can build my house in no time and still have time for a nap. Meanwhile, not far away, Toto wandered through the forest, playing his flute, enchanting the birds that followed him. His footsteps led him to a clearing where several tree trunks had been blown down by a recent storm. What luck, he thought, stowing his flute in the pocket of his navy blue vest. This wood will be perfect for my musical house. Pig, for his part, walked methodically, consulting a map he had drawn during his research. He was looking for the ideal spot near a water source on firm ground and with good visibility. After a few hours of meticulous searching, he found exactly what he was looking for, an elevated spot near a crystal clear stream with a small deposit of clay perfect for making bricks. Cece worked with haste and carelessness, gathering large bundles of straw and tying them together clumsily. The quicker I finish, the more time I'll have to play, he hummed as he stacked the straw anyway. In a few hours, he had built something that vaguely resembled a house, an unstable structure that swayed in the slightest breath of wind. Toto devoted a little more time to its construction. Between musical breaks, he sawed logs and stacked them, creating walls that, although not perfectly aligned, seemed reasonably firm. He even created a small stage in one corner of the house where he could perform his concerts for the forest dwellers. In the area he had chosen, Pig began his meticulous work. First, he prepared a kiln to fire the bricks he would mold from the local clay. One bad brick can compromise the whole structure, he muttered to himself, carefully measuring each block before firing it. The big bad wolf watched each of the brothers from a distance, surprised by the different approaches they took. His yellow eyes shone with satisfaction as he saw the fragility of Cece's house. That'll be my appetizer, he thought, licking his lips. Toto's house didn't look very challenging either, but Pig's dedication irritated him deeply. As the day progressed, Cece had already finished her house and was organizing a small housewarming party. She invited some rabbits and squirrels from the neighborhood who looked worriedly at the shaking straw walls, but didn't want to disappoint the cheerful Pig. Look at that, boasted Cece, dancing in circles. I finished my house in one day. Who needs so much work when you can do something so fast and fun? The forest animals exchanged apprehensive glances, but smiled politely. Toto was also making progress with his construction, albeit more slowly. In between hammering, he often stopped to play his flute, claiming that music helps the wood fit together better. His house was beginning to take shape, with irregular windows and a door that creaked melodiously, while his younger brothers could already see the end of their work. Pig was still in the early stages of construction. Each brick was carefully inspected before being laid, and the foundation was measured and remedied to ensure total stability. At night, when Cece was sound asleep in her straw bed and Toto was strumming the last notes of the day on his flute, Pig was still working by lamplight, consulting his books and making precise calculations for the next day. The big bad wolf, hiding in the shadows, watched everything with growing impatience. The straw house would be his first visit, that was for sure. After that, that shabby wooden structure wouldn't last long. As for the brick house, well, he'd have to think of something special for that one. The next few days brought more of the same Cece, enjoying her new life, off organizing parties and playing games Toto, alternating between working on his house and giving small concerts for his admirers in the forest. And Pig, methodical and tireless, continuing his construction, brick by brick. The wind whispered between the ancient trees of the forest, carrying with it the omen that soon those three different approaches to life would be put to the test. The dark clouds that were beginning to form on the horizon seemed to echo the approaching threat, but only Pig seemed to notice the signs of danger. Mother Pig, in her house in the village, looked out of the window every night, thinking of her three cubs. Her maternal heart knew that challenges awaited them, but she also trusted that the lessons she had tried to teach them would eventually make sense, even if the hard way. And so, As the moon rose in the starry sky, 3 different fates were being sealed, one by haste and carelessness, another by partial dedication, and the third by prudence and perseverance. What none of the brothers knew was that their choices would soon be tested in the most dramatic way possible. The morning arrived with a different air in the forest. The wind blew stronger than usual, and the dark clouds on the horizon announced that changes were to come. The big bad wolf, who had been patiently waiting for the right moment, decided it was time to put his plan into action. Cece was in his straw house, lying in a makeshift hammock, humming nonchalantly. After a few days, his house was already showing clear signs of deterioration. Parts of the roof were beginning to crack, and the walls were shaking every time a strong breeze blew through. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the fragile structure, making Cece jump with fright. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice shaking slightly. "It's me, a tired traveler in need of shelter," replied a gruff voice from outside. It was obviously the big bad wolf trying to disguise his voice. Cece, despite being carefree, remembered her mother's warnings. "I'm sorry," she replied, "but I can't open the door to strangers." The big bad wolf, losing patience, revealed his true nature. "Then I'll blow and blow until your house falls down." And filling his huge lungs with air, he blew as hard as he could. The straw house didn't stand a chance. With a single, powerful blow, the structure crumbled like dust in the wind. Cece, in a panic, barely had time to grab her hat before she was running towards her brother Toto's house. "Toto, Toto, open the door," screamed Cece desperately, banging on the door of the wooden house. Her brother, who was rehearsing a new tune, quickly let him in. "What happened?" asked Toto, worried by his little brother's agitated state. "The big bad wolf. He destroyed my house with one blow," explained Cece, still panting. "Mom was right about him." They had barely finished talking when they heard it again. "Talk, talk, talk. Piggies, piggies, let me in." The big bad wolf's voice now didn't even try to disguise its threatening nature. "Never," replied the two brothers in unison. "Then I'll blow and blow until this house falls down." The wolf filled his lungs again, this time needing 2 powerful blows to make the wooden house start to give way. The boards creaked, the windows shook, and with a third devastating blow, Toto's house began to collapse. The two brothers, holding only Toto's flute and Cece's hat, ran towards Pig's brick house. Meanwhile, Pig continued his methodical work, now finishing off his sturdy building. He had installed a sturdy chimney windows with reinforced locks and a solid oak door. "Pig, Pig, please let us in," his brothers shouted in desperation, banging frantically on the door. Pig, who had expected something like this, quickly opened the door for his brothers and locked it again. "Are you all right?" he asked, adjusting his glasses as he examined his frightened siblings. "The big bad wolf destroyed our houses," explained Toto, still shivering. "He blew and blew until they fell down." Pig shook his head, serious expression on his face. "That's why I was so insistent on the importance of solid construction. This house was made to withstand any threat." It wasn't long before they heard the menacing voice of the big bad wolf. "Piggies, piggies, this house is going to fall down too. I'm going to blow and blow until there's nothing left." The wolf filled his lungs and blew as hard as he could. But the house didn't move. He blew again and again until he was red with exhaustion, but the building stood firm. Frustrated with his failure, the big bad wolf began to circle the house, looking for any weak points. His yellow eyes lit up when he spotted the chimney. If I can't get in through the door, he thought, I'll go down the chimney. Inside the house, Pig had already foreseen this possibility. He quickly instructed his brothers to help him with his plan. While the wolf climbed onto the roof, they lit a large fire in the fireplace and put a huge cauldron of water on to boil. The big bad wolf, confident in his new plan, began to climb down the chimney, imagining that he would take the three little pigs by surprise. What he didn't expect was the cauldron of boiling water that awaited him. With a howl of pain, the big bad wolf shot out of the chimney, his tail scorched and his pride wounded. He ran away, vowing never to return to that part of the forest. The three siblings, finally safe, hugged each other in relief. Cece and Toto, especially, were beginning to understand the value of their mother's words and their older brother's example. Sorry, Pig, said Cece, crestfallen. You tried to warn us about the importance of doing things right. Yes, agreed Toto, holding up his flute. We could have lost a lot more if it hadn't been for you. Pig smiled gently at his brothers. The important thing is that you're safe now, and it's never too late to learn and start again. As night fell over the forest, the three brothers sat together around the fireplace. Toto played a soft tune on his flute. Cece helped Pig prepare dinner, and for the first time, the three siblings truly appreciated the value of a job well done and family togetherness. News of what had happened soon spread through the forest, reaching the ears of Mother Pig, who smiled proudly when she heard that her children had not only survived the danger, but had also learned valuable lessons in the process. After escaping from the big bad wolf, the lives of the three little pigs began to take a new direction. In the brick house, Cece and Toto, still shaken by the loss of their home, began to take a closer look at how their older brother organized every aspect of daily life. The brick house, which had previously seemed excessively spacious for a pig, now perfectly accommodated the three siblings. Pig had planned several rooms, as if he knew that one day he would need to house his family. The kitchen was large and well equipped, the study room full of useful books, and there was even a small stage where Toto could practice his music. You know, said Cece one morning as she helped Pig organize the pantry, I never thought tidying up could be so satisfying. He had discovered that keeping everything in order was not only practical, but also brought a sense of accomplishment. Toto, for his part, began to incorporate more discipline into his music. Instead of playing randomly throughout the day, he set specific times to practice, allowing him to also take part in household chores. Music sounds better when you have a purpose, he commented, after helping to build a new fence around the house. Pig watched the changes in his brothers with silent satisfaction. Although the situation that brought them together was frightening, it provided a unique opportunity to grow together. He began to teach his brothers about construction, sharing his knowledge in a patient and methodical way. One day, while they were working together on the garden they had started, they heard a commotion coming from the forest. It was a group of animals running scared. The big bad wolf, they shouted. He's back and angrier than ever. The three brothers looked at each other worriedly. Apparently, the wolf hadn't given up completely. Pig quickly led everyone into the house, including the frightened animals seeking refuge. "We needn't fear," said Pig, adjusting his glasses. "This house was built to withstand any threat." Even so, they could see that the wolf had changed his tactics. Instead of attacking directly, he began to circle the area, intimidating the forest dwellers and isolating the house. Cece, who would have hidden in fear before, now showed new courage. "We can't let him terrorize our forest friends," he declared, surprising his brothers with his determination. Toto agreed, his flute firmly held in his paws. "We need to come up with a plan to protect not just us, but the whole community." The three brothers gathered in the study room, where Pig kept his precious books and projects. Together, they began to develop a plan that combined Cece's creativity, Toto's musicality, and Pig's ingenuity. Over the next few days, they worked tirelessly. Pig taught his brothers how to build small safe havens scattered around the forest using simplified but efficient techniques. Cece, with her sociable nature, organized the animals into groups for surveillance and mutual support. Toto developed a system of musical signals that could alert everyone to the wolf's presence. The transformation of the three brothers was remarkable. Cece, once so carefree, now responsibly led the teams building the shelters. Toto used his music not just for entertainment, but as a vital communication tool. And Pig, always so focused on his own projects, was learning to adapt his knowledge to help others. Mama Pig, who occasionally visited them, could hardly believe how much her children had changed. "You've grown so much," she said, with tears in her eyes, during one of her visits. "Not just in skill, but in wisdom and compassion." News of the three little pigs' actions spread through the forest. Other animals began to seek them out, asking for advice on how to protect their own homes. The brick house became a center of learning and cooperation. The big bad wolf, realizing that his bullying was no longer having the same effect, began to show signs of frustration. His nocturnal howls sounded more like wails than threats, and his presence, once so feared, began to seem more pathetic than frightening. One night, as the three siblings were getting ready for bed, Cece made an interesting observation. "You know, I used to think that building a house was just about having a place to live. Now, I understand that it's about creating a safe place, not just for us, but for everyone who needs help." Toto, softly strumming his flute, added, "And it's not just about the physical structure. It's about building relationships, trust, and community." Pig smiled, proud of how his brothers had matured. "Exactly. And the stronger we build those bonds, the harder it will be for any big bad wolf to defeat us." The full moon shone through the reinforced windows of the brick house, illuminating the three brothers who, united, had found a strength that none of them possessed individually. What had begun as a story of survival was turning into a lesson in the power of unity and perseverance. And as the wind blew gently outside, carrying with it the last notes of Toto's lullaby, the three brothers knew that there were still more challenges ahead, but now they were prepared to face them together, stronger and wiser than ever. The transformation of the forest was visible to everyone who lived there. What had once been a place of fear and mistrust had now become an example of cooperation and community strength. The three little pig brothers had not only overcome their own differences, but had also inspired a profound change in the whole community. One particularly hectic morning, while Pig was supervising the construction of yet another community shelter, Cece ran up to him with alarming news. Pig, the squirrels in the northern region, have just reported that they found the big bad wolf wounded in a hunter's trap. Toto, who was nearby teaching a group of young rabbits to use his musical alert system, quickly joined the brothers. The three of them looked at each other thoughtfully. The big bad wolf, their old enemy, was now in danger. What should we do? Asked Toto, his flute, resting restlessly on his paws. After everything he's done to us. Pig adjusted his glasses, a serious expression on his muzzle. We can't ignore someone in danger, even if they are our enemy. Mom always taught us about compassion, remember? Cece, who had matured so much, nodded. Pig is right. Besides, maybe this is an opportunity to show Lobo that there is a better way to live. The three brothers quickly organized a rescue team. Pig brought his first aid kit, Toto prepared a makeshift stretcher, and Cece gathered some of the strongest animals in the forest to help with transportation. When they found Lobo, the scene was heartbreaking. He was thin, his once lustrous fur was now dull, and his hind paw was caught in a cruel trap. When he saw the three little pigs approaching, his yellow eyes widened with a mixture of fear and shame. Have you come? Have you come to laugh at me? He asked, his voice hoarse and weak, very different from the powerful howls of yesteryear. No, replied Pig, gently approaching with care. We've come to help. The wolf remained silent as the brothers worked together to free him from the trap. Pig used his technical knowledge to dismantle the mechanism, while Toto softly played his flute to calm the wolf, and Cece organized the other animals for transport. Why are you helping me? Asked the wolf, confused, as he was carefully placed on the stretcher. After everything I've done. Because it's the right thing to do, replied Cece, simply a wisdom in her voice that would have surprised her younger self. They took the wolf to the brick house where Pig had prepared a space for his recovery. Over the next few days, the three brothers took turns caring for their old enemy. Toto played soft music to help him sleep. Cece told stories to distract him, and Pig tended to his wounds with precision and patience. Gradually, the wolf began to change. Not only was his paw healing, but something in his heart was also transforming. He watched with growing admiration as the three brothers worked together, as the forest community respected them, and as everyone seemed happier in this new way of life. I never understood it, he confessed one evening as the four of them shared a meal. I always thought I needed to terrorize others to be strong. But you're stronger together without having to scare anyone. Mother Pig, who visited, often smiled as she saw the transformation not only of her children, but also of her former adversary. Sometimes, she said wisely, our greatest lessons come from the most unexpected places. As the wolf recovered, he began to take part in community activities. His strength, once used to destroy, now helped to build new shelters. His knowledge of the forest became invaluable for establishing safe routes and identifying dangerous areas. One day, while everyone was working together on a new community project, Pig observed something extraordinary. Cece was teaching basic building techniques to a group of young animals, Toto was coordinating a choir that included all kinds of forest creatures and the wolf. The wolf was using his strength to help carry building materials with a genuine smile on his muzzle. Who knew, Pig commented to himself, that decision to build a brick house would lead us here. The forest had become a place where different species lived in harmony, where strength was not measured by the ability to intimidate, but by the willingness to help. The brick house, which began as a refuge for a prudent little pig, became a symbol of unity and hope for the whole community. And so, the story of the three little pigs continued to inspire generations, not just as a tale about the importance of a job well done, but as a lesson in the power of perseverance, compassion, and the capacity for transformation. Even the most unlikely of enemies could become a friend, and even the most carefree of brothers could become a responsible leader. The moon continued to shine over the brick house every night, illuminating not just a well-built structure, but a home where wisdom, music, and joy mingled in perfect harmony. And if you pass through that part of the forest today, you can still hear Toto's melodies, Cece's laughter, Pig's wise advice, and surprisingly, the friendly howl of a wolf who has learned that true power lies in togetherness and love. The halls of Osiris's underground palace echoed with the soft sound of sandals against the polished alabaster floor. Amenemhat, a royal scribe for over 2 decades, walked with his usual dignified posture, carrying his writing tools with the same reverence as a priest carries his sacred objects. The scroll of virgin papyrus under his left arm and the palette of paints in his right hand were more than mere instruments. They were the keys to preserving the eternal truth he was about to witness. The air was heavy with the scent of frankincense and myrrh, a mixture that made your eyes water slightly as you approached the imposing Hall of Judgment. The walls, covered in hieroglyphics that glowed with their own light, told ancient stories of other trials, other souls that had passed through there. But something in the air told Amenemhat that this one would be different. Upon entering the vast, circular chamber, he was greeted by the majestic sight that, even after all these years, still made his heart race. Osiris, the great god of the dead, sitting on his throne of gold and lapis lazuli, his skin a shade of green that symbolized resurrection and eternal life. At his side, jackal-headed Anubis stood as vigilant as ever, and Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, waited to record the verdict in his own holy book. Amenemhat took his designated place, a small cedar wooden bench to the right of the throne, and began preparing his materials. As he mixed black paint with water on the palette, he watched the arrival of the soul who would be judged today. Nefer Keer, a merchant from the city of Thebes, who had passed away 3 days ago. What made this case particular was the fact that Nefer Keer was not just there to have her heart weighed against Mayat's pen, as was customary. He had requested a special trial, claiming that his actions in life, some questionable in the eyes of society, were influenced and even necessary due to events that occurred in his past lives. Come closer, Nefer Keer. Osiris's voice resounded through the chamber like distant thunder, making the flames of the torches flicker. You dare ask for a different judgment claiming that the past justifies the present. Speak then. The deceased merchant stepped forward. Even in death, his posture maintained the elegance that characterized him in life. Great Osiris, supreme judge of the dead, I come before you not to escape my actions, but so that they may be understood in their entirety. For every choice I have made in this life has been an echo of previous lives, an attempt to balance old debts and correct past mistakes. Amenemhat watched with growing interest as his hands skillfully recorded each word. In all his years as a scribe of the dead, he had never witnessed a soul argue like this. Generally, the dead arrived trembling with fear, hoping that their hearts were lighter than the feather of truth. Throughout my life as a merchant, continued Nefer Keer, I was accused of dishonesty in business and of accumulating wealth in questionable ways. But every coin I obtained was directed toward helping those whom, in past lives, I had unknowingly harmed. Anubis tilted his canine head, his eyes shining with unusual interest. Thoth, in turn, made a note on his own parchment, his quills fluttering softly. You speak of past lives, said Osiris, his voice now softer, but no less powerful. Show us then. Open your K so we can see these connections you claim exist. It was at this moment that Amenemhat felt something extraordinary happen. The air in the chamber seemed to grow thicker, and images began to form in the space between Nefer Keer and the throne of Osiris, like colored smoke that took on shape and substance. Scenes from other times began to materialize. The scribe found himself faced with a unique challenge: how to record not only the words and events of the present trial, but also the visions of the past unfolding before him. His hands moved urgently over the papyrus, creating symbols and hieroglyphics that attempted to capture the complexity of what he witnessed. The first vision showed Nefer Keer in a previous life, as a young farmer during the reign of Amenhotep III. In that lifetime, his ignorance had led to the ruin of several families when he unknowingly sold contaminated grain. The guilt of that life haunted him through the centuries, manifesting itself in his last incarnation as a compulsion to accumulate wealth, not out of greed, but to have the means to help those in need. As the images continued to flow, Amenemhat realized he was recording more than just a trial. It was documenting a new understanding of divine justice itself, where each action was not an isolated event, but part of a complex web that stretched across multiple lifetimes. The silence in the room was profound, broken only by the soft scratching of Amenemhat's calamus against the papyrus and the occasional crackle of torches. The deities present watched with renewed attention, as if they themselves were learning something new about the nature of human existence. You must understand, said Nefer Keer, her voice echoing with a conviction that made Amenemhat look up from his work, that every action I took in this last life was an attempt to weave again the threads of destiny that had been tangled in previous lives. I ask not for absolution from my actions, but rather understanding of their greater purpose. It was at this moment that Amenemhat realized that he was not just recording an ordinary trial, he was documenting a pivotal moment in the history of Egyptian divine justice. The implications of what he was witnessing were vast and profound, and he knew that his notes would serve not only as a record, but as testimony to a new way of understanding the interaction between past, present, and future in the great tapestry of existence. As visions of Nefer Keer's past lives continued to manifest in the Hall of Judgment, Amenemhat noticed a subtle pattern emerging in the ethereal images. Each scene seemed connected to the next by an invisible thread of intention and consequence, like beads on a perfectly ordered necklace. A new vision took shape, more vivid than the previous ones. It showed Nefer Keer in a life as a scribe, not unlike Amenemhat himself during the reign of Ramesses II. In that lifetime, he had altered important records for fear of displeasing a powerful noble, causing injustice to dozens of workers. The guilt of that seemingly minor act had turned into an obsession with truth and transparency in their subsequent lives. Notice, said Nefer Keer, gesturing to the unfolding scene, how each choice, each decision, created ripples that ran through the fabric of time. In my last life as a merchant, I established a system of records so meticulous that other merchants considered me obsessive. But it was my way of making up for the forgery I committed as a scribe. Amenemhat felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing these words. As a current scribe, he knew intimately the weight of the responsibility of recording the truth. His hands continued their ceaseless work, documenting not only the words and visions, but also the subtle nuances of emotion that permeated each revelation. Anubis moved from his position, approaching the floating images with renewed interest. His imposing presence made the visions flicker slightly, like reflections on the surface of a disturbed lake. "Show us more," commanded the jackal-headed god, his deep voice reverberating off the walls of the chamber. A new sequence of images began to take shape, this time showing Nefer Keer in a life as a soldier during one of Egypt's great military campaigns. In this lifetime, he had plundered enemy villages, taking not only riches, but also causing unnecessary suffering to the innocent. This memory, Nefer Keer explained, her voice heavy with grief, weighed more than all others. In my last life as a merchant, I used much of my wealth to establish trade routes with those very regions I had helped to destroy. I created opportunities for trade where before there had been only antagonism. Thoth made a particularly long note on his parchment, his quills fluttering with a movement that suggested approval. Osiris, still motionless on his throne, seemed to absorb every word and image with an attention that made the air in the chamber vibrate with divine energy. Amenemhat watched as each new revelation added layers of complexity to the trial. It was no longer a simple matter of weighing one heart against the pen of Ma'at. It was an intricate assessment of how actions across multiple lives intertwined and influenced one another. In my last incarnation, continued Nefer Keer, I was accused of manipulating prices and markets. But every action I took was calculated not for personal enrichment, but to create a network of shared prosperity. The profits I made were reinvested in communities that, in past lives, I had unknowingly harmed. The images changed again, showing scenes from his more recent life, prosperous merchants, caravans laden with goods, bustling markets. But now, with the context of their previous lives. These scenes took on a deeper meaning. Each business transaction was not just a business deal, but an attempt to rebalance old karmic debts. Great Osiris, Nefer Keer addressed the god, I do not ask that my recent actions be judged in isolation, for they are but the last page of a much longer book. Every decision I have made has been influenced by the weight of memories I did not even know to carry, but which my soul instinctively recognized. Amenemhat noticed that his own hands had begun to tremble slightly as he recorded these words. The magnitude of what he was witnessing, a new understanding of the very nature of divine justice, made his work as a scribe seem more important than ever. Visions began to overlap, creating a complex mosaic of causes and effects that transcended linear time. Amenemhat saw how a single action in one life created ripples that not only affected future lives, but also influenced the choices and opportunities available in each new incarnation. Notice, said Thoth, speaking for the first time since the trial began, how each life is not a new beginning, but a continuation. The choices we make are not only our own, but also echoes of who we were and seeds of who we will be. Osiris raised his hand, causing the visions to freeze in midair. You have shown us the web of your existence, Nefer Keer, but a crucial question remains. How can we judge actions that are simultaneously consequences of the past and causes of the future? The question hung in the air like incense, and Amenemhat realized that he was witnessing not just an individual judgment, but a moment that could redefine the very nature of Egyptian divine justice. Your notes on this day would serve not only as a record, but as a foundation for a new understanding of the interconnection between all existences. The silence that followed Osiris's question was broken by the gentle movement of Amenemhat's calamus against the papyrus. The scribe realized that every word recorded at this moment was not just ink upon fiber, but a testimony to a fundamental transformation in the understanding of divine justice. Nefer Keer remained silent for a few moments, as if carefully considering her response. Visions of their past lives continued to hang in the air, each one pulsing with its own energy that seemed to respond to the rhythm of its Ka. Great Osiris, he began finally. Perhaps the question is not how to judge isolated actions, but how to understand the greater purpose behind them. In my last life, every decision I made was guided by a deep, if unconscious, understanding of previous debts. A new series of images began to form, clearer than the previous ones. They showed Nefer Keer in his later life, sitting in his office at night, studying business records by lamplight. But there was something more to the scenes, a golden aura that seemed to surround their every action, suggesting a deeper intention than simple material gain. See, he continued, pointing to the images, how every transaction I carried out was carefully planned not only to generate profit, but to create opportunities for redemption. When I established trade routes with impoverished regions, it wasn't just trade. It was a way of restoring the balance that I myself had disturbed in previous lives. Anubis approached the visions, his black snout moving as if he smelled the truth in Nefer Keer's words. But how can we be sure? Asked the god. that your recent actions have not created new imbalances? How can we know that in trying to correct old injustices, you have not generated new ones? The question made Amenemhat pause in his registers. It was a fundamental question that he himself had begun to consider while documenting the process. How do you measure the true impact of an action when its effects span multiple lives? The images changed again, revealing a complex web of relationships and consequences. Every decision Nefer Keer made in her last life seemed to be connected to dozens of other lives, creating an intricate pattern of cause and effect that extended far beyond the immediately visible. Honored Anubis, replied Nefer Keer, you raise a crucial point. I cannot say with certainty that my recent actions have not generated new karmic debts. What I can say is that each decision was made with full awareness of one's responsibility and with a sincere desire to create more harmony than discord. Thoth, who had remained silent, made a gesture with his hand, causing some of the images to come closer. Notice, said the god of wisdom, how every action, even those seemingly motivated by self-interest, created ripples of benefit for others. When you set higher prices on certain trade routes, the excess profits were used to subsidize trade with poorer regions. Amenemhat noted how his own understanding of the case deepened with each new revelation. His notes were no longer just a record of events, but a complex map of interconnections between past, present, and future. His hieroglyphics seemed to take on a life of their own, dancing across the papyrus as if trying to capture the multidimensional essence of what he witnessed. There is something else, said Nefer Keer, her voice taking on a more urgent tone. In my last life, I was blessed, or perhaps cursed, with dreams and visions that showed me fragments of my previous existences. They were not clear memories, but sensations and intuitions that guided my decisions. The images transformed to show Nefer Keer in moments of solitary reflection, her face marked by an expression of deep contemplation. In some scenes, he appeared to wake up abruptly in the middle of the night, his face revealing the weight of the dream revelations that haunted him. These glimpses of the past, he continued, were not just memories. They were warnings and guides. Each time I found myself faced with an important decision, these ancestral memories would emerge to guide me. What might have seemed like greed or manipulation in the eyes of others was, in fact, a conscious attempt to balance old debts. Osiris, who had remained silent during this part of the testimony, bowed slightly on his throne. His presence, already naturally imposing, seemed to intensify, causing the very shadows in the chamber to retreat. You speak of balance, said the great god, but true balance is more complex than simply compensating for past actions. It is about understanding the role of each existence in the great cycle of creation. Amenemhat felt a shiver run down his spine as he registered these words. There was a deep truth in them that resonated not just with the case at hand, but with his own understanding of the universe and its workings. The visions began to move more quickly now, creating a kaleidoscope of interconnected existences. Each image seemed to contain within it the germ of several others, like a mirror infinitely reflecting its own reflections. Great Osiris, said Nefer Keer, her voice now filled with a calm certainty, I ask not that my actions be judged solely by their intentions, but by their actual effects through time. Every decision I made in my last life was part of a larger effort to restore the harmony that I myself had disturbed in previous lifetimes. The words seemed to hang in the air of the chamber, carrying a weight that went beyond their immediate meaning. Amenemhat continued his meticulous recording, realizing that he was documenting not just a trial, but a moment of transformation in the very nature of divine justice. Thoth rose from his position, his feathers glowing with a light of his own as he approached the center of the chamber. The movement caused visions of Nefer Keer's past lives to ripple like reflections in water, creating new connections and patterns that Amenemhat hastened to record. There is something deeper here, declared Thoth, his voice carrying the weight of eternal wisdom. It is not just a question of debts and compensations, but of the evolution of the soul itself through existences. The images began to reorganize under the influence of the God of wisdom, forming an upward spiral that showed Nefer Keer's progression through her various lives. Each lifetime seemed to build on the lessons of the previous one, even as it seemingly made new mistakes. Amenemhat watched, fascinated, as his calamus danced across the papyrus, trying to capture the complexity of what he witnessed. Words seemed inadequate to express the subtle nuances of the spiritual development unfolding before him. See, Thoth continued, gesturing to the spiral of images, how each life is not only an attempt to right past wrongs, but also an opportunity for deeper understanding. The soldier who sacked villages became the merchant who established trade routes not just out of remorse, but because his soul had matured to understand the value of cooperation over conquest. Nefer Keer watched his own lives with a mixture of recognition and surprise, as if some of the connections shown by Thoth were new even to him. It's true, he admitted. Often, my decisions were guided by an understanding that went beyond simple compensation. It was as if each choice was part of a larger learning experience. Anubis circled the images, his black snout moving as if sniffing the essence of each existence. The interesting thing, observed the jackal-headed god, is that even the apparent setbacks served a greater purpose. When you, as a scribe, falsified records out of fear, that failure led to a deeper commitment to the truth in later lives. Amenemhat felt a chill as he recorded these words, aware of his own responsibility as a scribe. His notes were not just a record of events, but a testimony to the complex interplay between free will and destiny across lifetimes. But there remains one fundamental question, Osiris interjected, his voice reverberating through the chamber. How can we judge actions that are simultaneously the result of conscious choices and part of a larger pattern of spiritual development? The visions flickered in response to the great God's question, as if the question itself had physical weight. Nefer Keer stepped forward, her stance reflecting a confidence born not of arrogance, but of genuine understanding. Perhaps, he suggested, judgment should not just focus on isolated actions, but on how each choice contributes to the growth of the soul. In my last life, Even when I made decisions that seemed questionable in the eyes of others, there was a deeper conscience guiding my actions. Thoth gestured, and the images transformed to show specific moments from Nefer Keer's most recent life. In each scene, it was possible to see not only the external actions, but also a subtle aura that revealed the true intentions behind them. Notice, said the God of Wisdom, how even in the most controversial transactions, there was a greater purpose at play. When you raised prices on certain routes, it was not out of greed, but to create a fund that would allow you to subsidize trade with poorer regions. Amenemhat noted how each new revelation added layers of complexity to the case. His notes once filled several rolls of papyrus, each filled with hieroglyphs that attempted to capture not only the events, but also the subtle interconnections between them. What we see here, Thoth continued, is an example of how free will operates within the larger context of a spiritual development. Every choice you made, Nefer Keer, was simultaneously a response to your past and a seed for your future. The images moved again, now showing an even more complex pattern. Each action in one life not only made up for past events, but also created new opportunities for growth and understanding in future lives. It's like a tapestry being woven through time, Anubis noted, his voice carrying an unusual tone of wonder. Each strand represents a choice, but the larger pattern only becomes visible when looking at the complete set. Nefer Keer nodded, her expression revealing a deeper understanding of her own journey. During my last life, I often felt the weight of these connections, even though I didn't fully understand them. It was as if every important decision was accompanied by echoes of previous lives, guiding me toward a greater purpose. Amenemhat realized that his work as a scribe had transformed into something much more significant than simple recording. He was documenting a new understanding of the very nature of human existence and its relationship to divine justice. Then perhaps, suggested Osiris, his voice carrying the weight of revelation, the true purpose of this trial is not merely to evaluate your actions, but to understand how each existence contributes to the evolution of the soul through time. The great God's words seemed to crystallize something in the air of the chamber, a truth that had been present all along, but was only now becoming clear. Amenemhat felt his hands tremble slightly as he recorded this pivotal moment, aware that he was witnessing a fundamental transformation in the understanding of divine justice. The images of Nefer Keer's past lives began to merge and transform, creating a more complex and harmonious pattern that hovered in the center of the Hall of Judgment. Amenemhat observed how each scene seemed to flow naturally into the next, revealing a progression that went beyond simple cause and effect. What we witness here, declared Osiris, his voice echoing with a new quality of understanding, is more than an individual judgment. It is a revelation about the very nature of divine justice and its relationship to the development of the soul. Thoth approached the floating images, his ibis beak gleaming in the torchlight. Each life, he explained, is like a note in a great symphony. In isolation, it may seem discordant or meaningless, but when viewed as part of the whole, it reveals its essential contribution to the greater harmony. Nefer Keer remained silent, watching in awe as the visions of their existence continued to intertwine and reconfigure. Amenemhat noticed how the deceased merchant's countenance had changed since the start of the trial, no longer anxious or defensive, but serene, like someone who finally understands his place in a larger pattern. See how each apparent transgression in his last life, Thoth continued, gesturing to specific scenes, was connected to a greater purpose of healing and restoration. His market manipulations, when examined more deeply, reveal themselves to be tools for redistributing resources and opportunities. Anubis, who had been circling the images with growing interest, suddenly stopped. "There's something else here," he said, his snout pointing to a particular series of connections. "Not only did your actions affect those you had harmed in previous lives, but they also inspired others to follow similar patterns of conscious behavior." Oh, the images expanded to show how Nefer Keer's trading practices had influenced other merchants, creating a more ethical and balanced trading network that extended far beyond her own transactions. Amenemhat recorded furiously, realizing that he was documenting not just an individual case, but a fundamental principle of cosmic justice. "It's like a garden," Nefer Keer mused, speaking for the first time in a while. "Each action we plant does not grow in isolation, but affects and nourishes all the other plants around it. My choices in this last life, even those that seemed controversial, were seeds planted with the intention of making something greater than myself flourish." Osiris rose from his throne, a movement so rare that it made Amenemhat almost drop his calamus. The great god of the dead approached the floating images, his presence making them glow with even greater intensity. "What we discover here," declared Osiris, "is that true justice cannot be measured solely by the scales of Ma'at in a single moment. It must be understood through the prism of multiple existences, where each action is simultaneously a consequence and a cause, a harvest and a sowing." The god's words seemed to crystallize something in the air of the chamber, a truth that had been present all along, but was only now becoming fully visible. Amenemhat felt a shiver run down his spine as he recorded this pivotal moment, aware that he was witnessing a fundamental transformation in the understanding of divine justice. "So," asked Nefer Keer, her voice calm but charged with meaning, "how should a soul be judged whose actions are part of a larger pattern of evolution and repair?" Thoth and Anubis exchanged meaningful glances before turning to Osiris, who remained contemplating the intertwined images of multiple existences. The silence in the chamber was so profound that Amenemhat could hear the soft scratching of his own calamus against the papyrus. "Judgment," Osiris finally declared, "must consider not only the weight of individual actions, but also their contribution to the development of the soul and their impact on the greater fabric of existence. Nefer Keer, your actions in your last life, although questionable by conventional standards, demonstrate a deeper understanding of responsibility and purpose." The images began to condense, forming a final pattern that seemed to contain within it all of Nefer Keer's existences, no longer as separate lives, but as different aspects of a single journey of spiritual development. This case continued Osiris, teaches us that divine justice must be as dynamic and multifaceted as the evolution of the soul itself. We can no longer judge only the present moment without considering the larger context of past existences and their purpose in the future. Amenemhat realized that his hands had stopped writing, absorbed in the magnitude of the moment. He quickly resumed his work, determined not to miss a single word of this historic revelation. Therefore, Osiris concluded, his voice resounding with divine authority, I declare that Nefer Keperur will not only be judged favorably, but her case will serve as a new precedent for future judgments. From this moment on, we will consider not just isolated actions, but their relationship to the larger pattern of the soul's development across lifetimes. The images of past lives began to gently dissolve, but not before Amenemhat noticed how each one left a luminous trace in the air, like stars, forming a new constellation of understanding. Nefer Keperur bowed in a deep bow, her spiritual form glowing with an inner light that seemed to reflect newfound wisdom. I thank you not only for the trial, he said, but for the opportunity to more fully understand the purpose of my own journey. Amenemhat completed his entries with a sense of deep gratitude for having been witness to this transformative moment. His notes were not just a legal document, but a testimony to the evolution of divine justice itself, a new chapter in understanding the interconnectedness between all existences. As the Hall of Judgment slowly returned to its usual atmosphere, the scribe realized that he had documented much more than a simple case. He had recorded a pivotal moment in the history of Egyptian divine justice, a moment that would forever change the way souls would be judged in the court of Osiris. The dark waters of the Rio Negro reflected the orange evening sky as Yara watched the huge, circular water lily leaves floating like green platforms on the surface. Since she was little, her grandmother, Jurema, told her stories about how these majestic plants kept the deepest secrets of her people, the Tuyuka. At 18, Yara had become the youngest guardian of traditions in her village, a role she carried with pride and responsibility. That afternoon, something was different. The flowers that normally opened at sunset, displaying their white petals that gradually turned pink, remained closed. Yara approached the riverbank, her bare feet feeling the texture of the damp earth. His heart beat faster when he noticed dark spots on the water lily leaves, something he had never seen before. There's something wrong with the sacred plants, she muttered to herself, adjusting the seed necklace her grandmother had given her in her initiation ritual as a guardian. The wind ruffled her long black hair, bringing with it a strange smell, different from the natural scents of the forest to which she was accustomed. In the village, the elders had already noticed subtle changes in the river in recent months. Small miners' boats were seen with increasing frequency, and oily slicks occasionally stained the crystal clear waters that had always been home to their people. But now, seeing the sick water lilies, Yara felt that something much more serious was happening. Moved by concern, she ran to the house of her grandmother, one of the most respected elders in the village. He found Jurema sitting on her carved wooden bench, weaving a basket with aroma fibers. The old woman's experienced eyes immediately noticed the distress on her granddaughter's face. What disturbs your spirit, my little one? Asked Jurema, leaving her work aside. Yara knelt at her grandmother's feet, her words coming out in a rush. The water lilies, Grandma. They're sick. The flowers don't open anymore, and the leaves are stained. I've never seen anything like this before. Jurema's wrinkled face tightened in concern. She stood up with difficulty, leaning on her staff, decorated with sacred symbols. The signs I feared are manifesting themselves, he said in a deep voice. The water spirit is weakening. Together, grandmother and granddaughter walked to the riverbank. The sun had almost completely set, and the shadows of the forest stretched over the waters. Jurema approached the bank, murmuring ancient words in her mother tongue. Her wrinkled fingers touched the surface of the water, and for a moment, Yara swore she saw a soft glow emanate from that touch. Our connection with the waters and their creatures has always been sacred, explained Jurema. Water lilies are more than plants. They are guardians of our history, bridges between our world and the world of spirits. If they are suffering, the entire balance is threatened. As night fell, other members of the village approached, attracted by the presence of the old woman on the riverbank. Among them was Rowney, a young warrior who had always shown a special interest in Yara. He kept a respectful distance, but his worried eyes never stopped observing the situation. What can we do, Grandma? Asked Yara, feeling the weight of responsibility on her young shoulders. Jurema closed her eyes, as if she heard voices that only she could hear. When he opened them again, there was an old determination in his eyes. There is a ritual, she began, a knowledge saved by our ancestors for moments like this. But it won't be easy, and the risks are great. The elderly woman explained that it would be necessary for someone to dive not only into the physical waters of the river, but into the spiritual world of the waters themselves. There, it would be necessary to find the spirit of Vittoria Regia and understand what was causing its weakening. It was a journey that few had undertaken over the generations, and not all had returned. I will, Yara declared without hesitation, her voice firm despite the fear she was beginning to feel. No, protested Rowney, taking a step forward. It's too dangerous. Let me go in your place. But Jurema raised her hand, silencing him. This is a journey that only a guardian can undertake. Yara has been chosen by the spirits since her birth. She has the gift of seeing beyond the veil that separates our worlds. The old woman's words caused murmurs among those present. Some expressed concern, others admiration for the young guardian's courage. Yara remained silent, her eyes fixed on the sick water lilies, feeling that her destiny was irremediably linked to the destiny of those sacred plants. Jurema held her granddaughter's hands between hers, her eyes conveying both love and concern. You'll have to prepare yourself, she said. The ritual must be performed at the next full moon, when the border between the worlds is thinner. Until then, we need to strengthen your spirit and your knowledge. That night, while the village retired and the stars shone brightly in the Amazonian sky, Yara remained by the river. The moon's reflection on the dark waters seemed to dance, and she could have sworn she heard ancient melodies whispered by the wind. His mind was filled with thoughts about the journey ahead, but his heart was determined. The water lilies were still there, their huge leaves like silent guardians of the river's secrets. Yara knew that somewhere beyond the veil of visible reality, the spirit of those ancient plants awaited her, and she was determined not to fail, not just for her people, but for all the ancient wisdom that those waters held. The night breeze now carried not only the scent of the pollution that threatened their world, but also the soft scent of forest flowers, a reminder of everything that was at stake. And so, under the starry sky of the Amazon, Yara began to prepare for a journey that would change not only her life, but the destiny of all her people. The days that followed were intense preparation. Jurema dedicated every moment to teaching Yara the knowledge necessary for her spiritual journey. In the old woman's house, the air was always scented with sacred herbs that helped strengthen the connection with the world of spirits. When you dive into the spiritual world of waters, explained Jurema, while preparing a special herbal tea, you will encounter beings that our earthly eyes cannot see. Some will be guardians, others will be deceivers. You will need to learn to distinguish them. Yara absorbed each word attentively, while her hands practiced the ritual gestures that her grandmother taught her. The aroma of tea filled the room, a complex mixture of plants that only the wisest in the village knew. Every sip he took seemed to awaken new senses within him. Rauni remained concerned and frequently appeared during learning sessions. Although he respected tradition, his heart could not easily accept the danger that Yara would face. On a particularly hot afternoon, he brought disturbing news. "We found more strange spots in the river," he reported, his normally serene face etched with concern. "And there are rumors that big machines are approaching the upstream region." The news only intensified the urgency of preparations. Jurema decided that it was time for Yara to learn the complete history of water lilies, knowledge kept only by the oldest guardians. Our ancestors said that water lilies were born from the tears of the moon, began Jurema, her voice taking on the mystical tone of ancient narratives. When she cried out of love for the earth, her tears fell into the rivers of the Amazon and turned into these sacred plants. Each flower holds a little of this lunar light, which is why they open at night. As the days went by, Yara began to notice subtle changes in her perception. The colors seemed more vivid, the sounds of the forest clearer, and sometimes she caught glimpses of movement in the water that others couldn't see. Jurema explained that his spiritual senses were developing. During one of the preparation sessions, Yara had her first true vision. As she meditated by the river, the waters seemed to become crystal clear, and she saw an underwater city, glowing and ethereal, where luminous beings swam among buildings made of coral and light. "What you saw is real," Jurema confirmed when Yara told her about the vision. "It's one of the water spirit cities. That's where you'll need to go when you dive." At night, Yara practiced the sacred chants that her grandmother taught her. They were ancient melodies, passed down from generation to generation, each note carrying specific power and meaning. The entire village could hear his voice echoing through the forest, and many said that even the night birds stopped to listen. Rauni, even though he was still worried, started to help with the preparations. He knew the forest well and brought the rare herbs that Jurema requested. In one such moment, while helping to collect flowers from a night vine, he finally expressed his deepest feelings. "I've always admired your courage, Yara," he said, his voice soft in the darkness of the forest. "But now I understand that it is more than that. You have a special gift, a connection with the spirits that goes beyond our understanding." The crescent moon was getting fuller and fuller, and with it, the anxiety in the village also grew. Other elders began to participate in the preparations, each contributing their specific knowledge. One of them, Old Kawa, a specialist in sacred body painting, began teaching Yara about the protection symbols that would be painted on her body before the ritual. Each line, each curve has a meaning, he explained, drawing with natural paint on a piece of tree bark. These symbols will be your armor in the spirit world. As the big day approached, signs of deterioration of the water lilies became more evident. Some leaves began to sink, something that had never happened before. The flowers that still managed to open displayed petals that were paler than normal, as if their essence was draining away. One night, during a particularly strong storm, Yara woke up to a call that seemed to come from the waters themselves. He ran to the riverbank, ignoring the rain that fell. There she saw something that took her breath away. A single water lily flower glowed with a bluish light, pulsing like a heart. Jurema, who somehow knew she would find her granddaughter there, appeared at her side, protected by a palm leaf. "It's a sign," said the old woman, her voice barely audible over the sound of the rain. "The spirits are ready to welcome you. Now all that's left is for the moon to reach its peak." In the last days before the ritual, the entire village mobilized. Women prepared the body paintings, men collected materials needed for the ritual, and children were kept busy learning the sacred chants that would help guide Yara on her journey. The eve of the full moon arrived with an atmosphere of solemn expectation. Yara spent the day fasting, drinking only the special tea prepared by her grandmother. Her body was purified with smudging of sacred herbs, and she meditated for a long time, concentrating on the teachings she had received. At night, sitting alone in her hammock, Yara watched the almost full moon through an opening in the thatched roof. His heart was at ease. Despite the magnitude of what he was about to face, she knew that she carried with her not only the hopes of her people, but also the strength of all the guardians who came before her. Outside, he could hear the final preparations for the next day's ritual, the sound of sacred drums being tuned, the voices of elders reciting ancient prayers, and the occasional call of some nocturnal animal created a symphony that seemed to lull the forest into a restless sleep, as if all of nature was awaiting the crucial moment that was yet to come. The day of the ritual finally arrived. The full moon hung in the sky like a watchful silver eye, bathing the village in its ethereal light. Yara woke up before dawn, her body vibrating with a different energy, as if every cell responded to the call of the waters. Jurema came to pick her up as soon as the first rays of sun touched the treetops. The old woman carried with her a small ceramic pot containing the sacred paints for body painting. With precise and deliberate movements, he began to cover his granddaughter's body with ancestral symbols of protection. "Each mark is a shield," murmured Jurema, as her experienced hands traced sinuous lines on Yara's skin. Each color carries the strength of our ancestors. The ink, made from anato, genipap, and other sacred plants, had a strong, penetrating aroma. Yara remained silent, feeling the power of the symbols infiltrating her being. Spirals, representing water, snaked up her arms, while geometric shapes, symbolizing protection from spirits, covered her torso and face. Meanwhile, the village was buzzing with preparations. Old Kawa led a group of men in building a ritual platform over the water, close to the place where the most affected water lilies were found. Raoni supervised the collection of herbs needed for the ceremony, his tense face reflecting the worry he still carried. As the sun rose higher in the sky, more unsettling signs appeared. Flocks of birds flew in strange formations, and the fish seemed agitated, creating unusual ripples on the river's surface. The elders interpreted each sign, whispering among themselves about the omens that manifested. The two worlds are getting closer, explained Jurema to Yara while finishing the paintings. The boundary between the physical and the spiritual is thinner today, but that also means the dangers are greater. At noon, Yara was taken to a small isolated hut where she was supposed to meditate and prepare spiritually for the ritual. The special tea that her grandmother had prepared helped her to perceive the energies around her more clearly. At moments, she could see ripples in the air, as if invisible veils were dancing before her eyes. During her meditation, Yara had a powerful vision. He found himself swimming in the depths of the river, but the water around him was not dark, as it normally would be. Instead, it glowed with a luminescence of its own, revealing a world completely different from the one I knew. Creatures made of light and shadow slithered around him, some friendly, others threatening. As the sun began to set, Brownie came to pick her up. Their eyes met briefly, and in that moment, words weren't necessary. He reached out his hand, offering her a small, carved wooden amulet. For protection, he said simply, it belonged to my grandmother, who was also a great guardian. Yara accepted the gift with gratitude, tying it next to the seed necklace she was already wearing. The sky was beginning to darken, and the first stars appeared when she was taken to the ritual platform. The entire village gathered on the banks of the river, forming a semicircle. The drums began to beat, their slow, deep rhythm echoing through the forest. Urema led Yara to the center of the platform, where a large water lily leaf had been placed as an altar. Above it, sacred herbs slowly burned, their sweet aroma mixing with the smell of the river. Remember, Jurema said, her voice thick with emotion, you will never be alone. The spirits of our ancestors will guide you, and we will keep singing until your return. The elders began to sing the sacred chants, their voices rising above the sound of the drums. The ancient words seemed to take on a life of their own, dancing in the air like threads of visible energy. Yara could feel the power growing around her as the moon rose higher in the sky. When the moon reached its zenith, bathing the river with its silver light, Jurema made a sign. It was time. Yara walked to the edge of the platform, her bare feet feeling the damp wood beneath them. The river seemed alive, pulsing with an ancient and mysterious energy. The chants reached their peak, and Yara could see clearly now, portals of light forming beneath the water, calling her down into the depths. With one last look at her grandmother, she took a deep breath and dove in. The water surrounded her like a silken cloak, but instead of the expected darkness, Yara found herself surrounded by a bluish light that seemed to emanate from the waters themselves. His body moved with supernatural grace, as if he had been born for this moment. As I descended deeper, the known world was left behind. The sounds from the surface, the drums, the chants, the voices of his people, transformed into an ethereal melody that seemed to come from all directions. The paintings on his body began to glow with their own light, creating a protective shield around him. The first spiritual being he encountered was a creature made of light and water, with a shape vaguely reminiscent of a porpoise. His eyes, as deep as the river itself, fixed on Yara with an intensity that seemed to penetrate her soul. It was a guardian, she knew instinctively, testing her resolve and purity of intentions. Yara showed no fear. Remaining steadfast in her mission, she performed the ritual gestures that her grandmother had taught her, presenting herself as a guardian in search of the spirit of Victoria Regia. The aquatic being circled her slowly, as if assessing every aspect of her being, before indicating with a fluid movement the direction she should follow. As she advanced deeper into the spiritual world of water, Yara began to understand that her journey was just beginning. In front of him, a vast underwater kingdom was revealed, full of mysteries and challenges that would test not only his courage, but also all the wisdom he had acquired during his preparation. The spiritual world of waters revealed itself increasingly extraordinary before Yara's eyes. The deeper she dived, guided by the luminous button-shaped being, the more reality transformed. The water currents now looked like ribbons of dancing. Light and ethereal creatures of all shapes floated around them. The porpoise guardian led her to a structure that appeared to be made of luminescent coral and living crystals. It was an underwater temple, its spiraling towers reaching impossible heights in the depths of the river. Yara felt her heart accelerate when she recognized the location of her vision during the preparations. As they approached the entrance to the temple, new guardians appeared, ancestral beings with shapes that mixed characteristics of fish and snakes. His scales shone with colors that Yara didn't even know existed, and his eyes contained the wisdom of millennia. The luminous dolphin made a gesture of reverence and walked away, leaving Yara under the tutelage of these ancient entities. "Welcome, young guardian," a voice echoed in her mind, coming from all the beings at once. "We have long waited for someone brave enough to make this journey." The guardians led her through crystalline corridors, where images of the past and present merged. On the walls, Yara saw scenes from the history of her people, moments when harmony between humans and nature was perfect, and also disturbing glimpses of the present, huge machines pouring poison into the waters, forests being devastated, balance being destroyed. In a central chamber, he finally found what he was looking for. The spirit of Victoria Regia manifested itself as an ethereal feminine entity, its form alternating between woman and flower. But something was wrong. Its light which should have been strong and vibrant, was dim and wavering. What afflicts our world also afflicts all spirits, explained one of the guardians. The pollution your mortal eyes see is only a reflection of a much deeper imbalance. Yara approached the weakened spirit, feeling a deep connection with that ancestral being. The paintings on his body glowed more brightly, responding to the holy presence. The spirit of Victoria Regia opened its eyes, which seemed to contain all the full moons that had ever shone over the Amazonian waters. Your coming has been predicted, said the spirit, his voice sounding like running water. But the challenge we face is greater than you imagine. It's not just physical pollution that weakens us, but forgetfulness. When humans lose their connection with the sacred, spirits lose their strength. As they talked, unsettling shadows began to form at the edges of the chamber. They were manifestations of the forces that threatened that world, spirits corrupted by the greed and destruction that humans brought to the forest. We need to act now, warned one of the guardians. The balance is close to the breaking point. The spirit of Vittoria Regia explained to Yara that there was a way to restore harmony, but it would require a great sacrifice. A permanent link would need to be established between the spiritual and physical worlds, and someone would need to become the bridge between the two realms. You must choose, said the spirit. You can return to your world with the knowledge you have acquired, or you can accept to become the permanent guardian, living between the two worlds forever. The decision weighed on Yara's heart. He thought about his village, his grandmother Urema, Raoni, and all his people. He also thought about the responsibility he carried as guardian of traditions. The paintings on his body pulsed, as if responding to his thoughts. At that moment, a more powerful dark force attacked the temple. The crystalline walls shook, and the guardians positioned themselves in defensive formation. It was as if all the destruction that threatened the Amazon had manifested itself in a single evil entity. Choose quickly, urged one of the guardians. The veil between the worlds is deteriorating. Yara closed her eyes, feeling the power of the river flowing through her. The words of the sacred chants that still echoed from the surface seemed stronger now, as if all her people were there with her. The amulet Raoni had given him emitted a comforting warmth. I accept, she declared, her voice resonating with a strength she didn't know she possessed. I accept being the bridge between the worlds. The moment he spoke those words, a transformation began. The paints on his body seemed to take on a life of their own, merging with his skin in permanent patterns that glowed with their own light. His body began to radiate a light similar to that of Victoria Regia's spirit. The guardians began an ancient chant, older than the forest itself. The spirit of Vittoria Regia approached Yara, its forms beginning to merge in a dance of light and water. It was a transformation ritual that had not been performed for generations. As this happened, Yara could feel her consciousness expanding. Now, I could perceive every drop of water in the river, every water lily root, every being that inhabited those waters. More than that, I could feel the connection between all beings, the sacred fabric that united all life in the forest. The dark force that threatened the temple retreated before the power of transformation. The crystalline walls pulsed with new life, and the guardians celebrated the rebirth of harmony. Yara had become something new, not quite human, not quite spirit, but a guardian in her truest form. Now, you are part of both worlds, said the spirit of the water lily, his voice stronger. Through you, ancient wisdom will continue to flow, and the waters will remain protected. On the surface, the village kept its vigil. The singing had not ceased since Yara dove, and now, as the moon began its descent into the sky, a strange light emanated from the waters. Jurema, who had not moved from her post on the ritual platform, was the first to notice the changes. The water lilies began to pulse with a soft light, like synchronized heartbeats. The dark spots that plagued them gradually disappeared, replaced by a healthy glow. The river water, previously turbid, became crystal clear in concentric circles that expanded from the point where Yara had dived. Raoni, who kept his eyes fixed on the water, was the first to see it. A luminous form emerged from the depths, not exactly Yara as they knew her, but a transformed version of her. His body glowed with the sacred paintings, now permanently fused to his skin, and his movements had the fluidity of the waters themselves. She did it, Jurema whispered, tears of joy and sadness mixing on her wrinkled face. The elderly woman understood, better than anyone else, the sacrifice her granddaughter had made. Yara emerged completely, floating a few centimeters above the water's surface. His hair, now streaked with liquid light, danced around him as if submerged. When he opened his eyes, they held the reflection of worlds that mortals rarely glimpsed. The balance has been restored. His voice sounded different, as if several voices were speaking in harmony. But our mission is just beginning. The entire village approached the shore, marveling at the transformation. Children pointed to the fish that now swam visible in the crystal clear waters, and the elders murmured ancient prophecies that spoke of this moment. Yara explained how her consciousness now extended throughout the river, how she could feel every drop of water, every being that lived in it. He spoke about the spiritual world that existed parallel to the physical, and how it had become the bridge between them. But he also warned of the dangers that still threatened his world. The greed of men has not ceased, she said, but now we have a new form of protection. In the days that followed, extraordinary changes began to happen. The news of the river's transformation spread, and people from other villages came to witness the miracle. The waters, now perpetually crystal clear, naturally repelled any attempt at pollution. The fish returned in abundance, and the water lilies bloomed more beautifully than ever. Yara established a new ritual in the village. During the day, she assumed a form closer to her original human appearance, although the luminous markings on her skin never completely disappeared. At these moments, he taught children the secrets of water and the importance of maintaining harmony with nature. At night, especially during the full moon, his spiritual nature manifested itself most strongly. She glided over the waters, communicating with the spirits and maintaining the balance between the worlds. On nights when its light was most intense, it was said that even forest animals stopped to watch it. Rauni remained by his side, accepting his new role as earthly guardian. He led expeditions to protect the riverbanks and educate other communities about the importance of preserving the waters. The love between them transformed into something deeper and sacred, a bridge between the world of men and the realm of spirits. Jurema, in her final years, dedicated herself to recording the story of her granddaughter's transformation. She knew that future generations would need to understand the importance of that sacrifice and the responsibility of keeping the connection with the sacred alive. One day, when large machines attempted to approach the river to begin a mining project, witnesses reported seeing a luminous figure emerge from the waters, its presence so powerful that the machine operators fled in panic. After that, stories about the river's guardian began to spread beyond the forest. Time passed differently for Yara. As part of both worlds, she saw the seasons change, like breaths from the earth itself. Generations were born and raised under her protection, and although her sacrifice meant she could never live fully as a human again, the wisdom she gained brought her a deep peace. The water lilies, now eternally connected to her, became even more sacred to her people. Its flowers were no longer simple plants, but portals between worlds, reminding everyone of the ancient magic that still lived in the Amazon waters. And so, on full moon nights, when the waters of the river shine with an unearthly light and the water lilies dance in the wind, the elders tell the children the story of Yara, the young guardian who became one with the river to save her people and preserve the ancient wisdom of the waters. And if you pay attention, they say, you can see her gliding across the water, her light guiding the way to a future where men and nature live in harmony again.